It is Rivals League semifinals. My name is Righteous. Joining with me is Husky. No 2v2, as sides will be determined by the higher seed in the playoffs. So it's kind of nice. Just jumping in right at draft, which is underway. Digniwashed did opt for blue side, Patriots on red. This is a Rivals League draft. It's our first best of five. Husky, so much to talk about. Where do you want to begin?
Well, I just want to throw it back that the very first Revel League broadcast we had was these two teams, so I'm bringing back some memories right now. The Patriots do look a lot different than they did that week, but still, bringing back the memories of that first cast we had together.
That's true. I thought you were just gonna leave it. I just want to throw it back, and so that's why I started laughing because I was like, "Wow, we're starting off the stream with a bang." Draft is underway, of course. Dig on blue, Patriots on red once again. Dig taking the Skarner and Sivir away. Patriots responding with the Volley Bear. Rakan, the way the last ban, and Galio gonna round out this phase of banning phases, which all six champions we're not gonna see for the whole series. Husky, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, makes some sense for something. Skarner, Sivir on one side, we have the Galio, the Volley Bear on the other side. Wei, a little bit surprising for me.
Yeah.
Lord JK has played Wei before, but hasn't been his best champion, so we'll see, though. We'll see. They know something I don't.
Digniwashed picking up the Varus, which is a strong champion in its own right and a favorite of Riley Sauce. Popped off last week on it, and usually does pretty well with the Varus in his hands. So a nice a B1 pick for Dig. Versatile, could go lethality, could go the on hit. To start off this best of five, I'm a big fan. Now we see a blind Braum come through from the Patriots. Husky, what do we think of this?
That 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 is a little strange. Usually, Braum, maybe they just want to dissuade the engage support here. Usually, Braum, you hold for the engage, but certainly Braum can have some problems with a long range support. But Patriots throwing it out quickly, anyways.
Oh, interesting. I'm wondering if the Braum was picked up to make sure that the Malachi ult can connect onto priority targets, as you know that shield would be a nice buffer for Dignawash. So perhaps a takeaway pick as well as a comfort pick for Death Knight. Rel is hovered, and that might be a nod to that first match that we saw, the unfortunate tower dive by Death Knight. But actually going to be locked, so Varus, Rel going to be the bot lane for Dignawashed. Plenty of range with that Varus. Can follow up the Rel engaged nicely with the ultimate once that is available to him. So a decent pairing, a good team fight pairing for Dignawashed here.
Yeah, and I think the Braum is a good pick for that. They might have been trying to dissuade the Rel or another engaged champ, but Digniwash doesn't really care. They're going to take it anyways.
Oh, so Viego coming through. Now, what is interesting is the Patriots elected not to ban it blocks in Italy. Maybe they thought, they had some answers into it. They're gonna let it through in this game one. Dignawash though doesn't take the bait. Instead, picks up the priority Viego for themselves. So, gonna look for resets. You know, from what the Patriots have drafted though, Viego might be kind of a hard pick to pull off as you engage, you get stunned up by Braum, CC'd by Malachi. It's going to be really hard to hit the Ezreal with that range advantage Ezreal has. So, I don't know. I think through the first three picks for both of these teams, I'm kind of leaning towards Patriots here in game one.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Ezreal very safe to stay away from the dive. So Viego a little different, but as you said in the or as you said in the pregame, totally different style junglers here. We have the support of Malachi, the carry in Viego. So it's going to be very interesting to see those guys and how their style plays out.
Bans coming through in the second phase of this draft. Renekton banned away from Storm. Alawi banned away from BK. Is Silas going to be the last ban by the Patriots? Didn't want to give the opportunity to steal away that Maokai ult. And the last ban going to be Ari targeting the mid lane of the Patriots, the Lord JK. So some target bans here, both top laners and mids feeling the effects of those bans. And like I said, all of these bans, now all 10, aren't going to be available the rest of the way through a potential 5 games. So these bans, um, not to be treated lightly as, um, these teams are thinking of at least the next 3 games, but potentially going all 5 games. So Mel going to be picked up by the Patriots.
Yeah, this if this is a long series, we can see some definitely crazy picks. With the Fearless, with the Iron Man, with the Rivals draft that we've been running. Definitely going to reach deep into the champ pool late in this series.
Diana going to be the lock by Digniwashed. So a very short range comp elected to be taken by Dig outside of that Varus. I'm assuming this is Diana mid. I don't know any of the interactions between Diana and Mel. I would imagine that if Mel can reflect the knockup instead, it would be put back on the Diana. We'll have to keep close tabs on that one. Gnar going to be the last pick by Dig, and BKs does have that R5 available. He is a known hater of the range top lanes. Storm knows that, and so goes with the Gnar.
Yeah, and Patriots holding that counter pick for BKs. The first time these two teams saw each other, Storm really popped off in that series. BKs has really turned it around this season, though, but still want to give him a counter pick here so he can have a first good game of the series.
BK is electing to go with the Nasus top, a favorite of his, and one that has looked extremely good throughout Rivals League. I am curious to see how it goes into the Gnar. Obviously, the Gnar presents its advantages over the Nasus with that range in mini. However, if Nasus can get the Wither off, can look to get aggressive into the Gnar in the mid to late. That mini Gnar are going to be feeling those cues. So we will have to see. Digniwashed Patriots, this is their first game of a best of 5. These are the comps that they have elected to go for. Husky, do you think anybody did themselves a favor in this game 1 draft?
Well, the thing that stands out to me the most when you look at Diggs comp, it makes a lot of sense. They want to dive in. They have a lot of go in. Unfortunately, the first pick that the Patriots took here was Braum and Malachi, the most like anti. You can't go in. So a little interesting that they're going to choose that go in comp against the two of the most anti go in champs that you can have. With that being said, I do favor the Patriots comp because of that. Early, I think that they have some really good disengage. You have Mel who can hit you from half the lane away. You have Ezreal that is super safe. So I like their comp into that dive comp, and I think they play it right. They can take this game 1 here.
We will have to see how this game 1 goes. I agree. I think the Patriots have drafted themselves a couple of key champions into what Dig is presenting. The Braum early did not dissuade Dig from taking stuff like the Rel, the Viego, the Diana. But if that engage doesn't connect, if the Wombo combo doesn't land, if Ezreal and Mel can space, if Nasus can put pressure on sides, the Patriots have put themselves in a very nice position to pick up game 1. But we have to, address this Digniwashed team. They went undefeated, right? They have yet to experience a match loss. They've, had a couple of game losses here and there, but for a team that has gone undefeated, they have to be feeling confident. And maybe despite the draft disadvantage that we see, maybe they know something we don't. Or maybe this is just, picking comfort in game 1, getting the series off to a right foot. I just think it's an uphill battle. You all can predict at home. Throw your shurikens into the pot. Who will win this game matchup between Digniwashed and the Patriots? We're going to let the rest of the in-client draft go through. When we are back, we'll be on the Rift. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live with the first game of this best of 5 series between Digniwashed and the Patriots. Digniwashed, of course, on blue side, the Patriots on red. Looking to get a little bit frisky here in this bottom side invade. But a nice ward from Riley Sauce spots out any of those shenanigans. And immediately, Digniwash ping onto the opposite side of the map, going to be able to get control over that red buff, at least with some vision.
Yeah, interesting that the Patriots didn't walk a little bit further and at least get a deep ward themselves there. They were already there. They already had been seen. You might as well get that deep ward.
Yeah, especially because if you look at the level ones, right, you have the Braum, you have the Ezreal damage. You don't have like a ton of burst from the Digniwash lineup at level 1. And if you look at the extended fight, you know, it's probably going Patriots' way. So Eyesight get a spot out the ward, Digniwash place, but they got the vision that they needed. It's going to be the same side starts for both of these junglers. And looking at these two matchups, these two teams here, is there any particular place these junglers should be playing for or be, you know, focusing on?
Yeah, I think bot makes sense for both teams. If either bot side can really get ahead here, it could make a huge difference.
Yeah, for me, my eyes are kind of drawn up towards this top side of the map. Storm gonna look to poke with those grass procs, but the grubs might be key to this game one. If you look at Digniwash comp, they don't have great siege as they are, you know, basically 4.5 or 3.5 melees. They don't have great wave clear either. The later this game goes, Caden not gonna be you know, destroying waves anytime soon. So if they can get the grubs, it'll alleviate some of the pressure that the Patriots can put on them, and at the same time make it so they could potentially siege in places where otherwise it might be difficult for them. See the mid lanes trading back and forth. Viego did use that mist on the chickens incorrectly, so going to be giving information to the Patriots. Patriots got to assume that he is pathing bot side as Storm and BK is going at it once again. Both these top laners very low, but Storm, the beneficiary of playing a manaless champion, doesn't have to worry about that resource.
Does look like Viego is skipping his red camp here to try to get an early gank.
We are seeing a lot of pings on the bot side of the map, but not a lot of action. But the Lord JK has taken a very interesting path. Gonna root up Caden, so not gonna be caught out. Iplock looking to get aggressive onto Eyesight. Eyesight sticking around, could look to make a play around this scuttle. It is gonna go Iplock's way as Rogue Gorilla has roamed himself from the bottom lane. Digniwash take a scuttle advantage, but Caden comes out worse for wear because of it.
Yeah, and Viego was down a level because he had to skip a camp. It's going to give Eyesight on the Maokai a chance to go to the top side and end up splitting scuttles.
So not the worst thing in the world missing out on that scuttle for the Patriots. It is interesting that Rogue Gorilla kind of got unlocked basically for free as we saw PKs take that back, use that TP. I'm going to be playing for that early Sheen. Storm going to match it as well. So TP is on the map for everybody. So no bot lane shenanigans, at least for the next 5 minutes or so. Death Knight trying to get this wave shoved with intelligence. Now the Lord JK does have to be careful. Caden has plenty of damage in this Diana. A flash forward from Eyesight though, the knockback into tower range. The root will not land. Lord JK flashed at the same time as Caden. Caden doesn't have that flash available. Eyesight should be able to chase down the mid laner, and it is first blood for the Lord JK.
Right place, right time. The Malachi able to respond right there as the Diana went in.
Patriots draw first blood in game 1 of this best of 5. Now, Iplock going to absorb this wave, get that experience, get that gold. But for this Diana, you're now down basically a wave and a kill as Mel was able to pick that up with the long range Q. And if you look at the rest of the map, how it's going, bot lane about dead even, and Storm putting the pressure on the BKs, but BKs keeping up in farm in his own right. So very nice start for the Patriots that they take a slight gold advantage here 6 minutes in.
Yeah, you see this Mel Lost Chapter plus a tier stacking right here. She is not going to run out of mana anytime soon. Should let her stay back from the Diana and just poke away.
Now what's interesting is look at all the red wards there on the bottom side of the map. The Patriots have total control over this dragon pit. And it's a rogue gorilla that's actually roaming up to the top lane. Going to be spotted out by a ward, so BKs won't fall prey to a potential tower dive. And the Patriots pick up a free dragon here. For a team that has the Mel, that has the Ezreal, getting the dragon stacking early is a massive advantage for them.
Yeah, just really good vision established all around the map by this
Storm
Patriots team.
getting aggressive, not able to find the ult throwback into Rogue Gorilla. BK is going to do that smart thing. He's weak-sided here, going to take the back. He might lose a couple minions or so, but he stays alive. He's able to pick up those CDR boots. He'll be back on the map momentarily, and so the Patriots maintain that gold lead. They walk away with the Dragon advantage. Now the Lord JK has spotted out Iplock. Iplock doing massive damage with a nice mirror from the Lord JK means Iplock was stunned up. However, Iplock with the ultimate going to be able to find that kill. Iplock going to take over that Mel. Eyesight can only watch. So Iplock gets a kill, gets the chickens, gets a nice advantage into the Maokai. Maokai still only level 5 here.
Yeah, certainly a lot harder to clear as the Malachi. So the Viego up camps now, up a level.
Yep, and with 3 members of Digniwashed already on these grubs, it looks like that was their priority, willing to give that dragon to be in a nice position to pick up all 3 grubs. Mel does get back onto the map, but like you said, has that Lost Chapter, has that tier, so not going to be doing a ton of damage. Now, Maokai did hit level 6. Is pinging to get aggressive here on the top side of the map. BK's was stunned up by Rogue Gorilla. The Ignite did fall. Flash forward from Storm to find that stun. Can they get the kill? No. BK's going to be able to walk away with his life. Eyesight going to be the protector, so no tower dive. Iplock running straight up to the top lane. A flash forward, the W.
Oh.
BK is going to be taken down.
BKs, you gotta go back a little bit further than that.
Now the play for the top lane tower is on, but Eyesight, he stopped Rogue Gorilla's crash down, and so he just walks away with the kill. A misplay from the Digniwashed trio, and in the mid lane, Kaden gonna be taken out solo by the Lord JK. That range advantage, no joke. The bottom side of the map, Rogue Gorilla has spent so much time that Intelligence has a massive CS advantage. And so while Digniwashed did pick up all 3 grubs, they picked up that kill on top side. The way this game is going, the overall tempo definitely favoring the Patriots here.
Yeah, that's rough to see if you're a fan of Digniwashed. A 3v1 on the top side, and Eyesight took almost no damage. All 3 members of Digniwashed walking away. Or, excuse me, 2 of the 3 walking away with no health bars, 1 dying under turret.
Yeah, so the Patriots, they get the first dragon, they get a couple kills, they did pick up that feat of warfare, and so they are well on their way to contesting for the feat of strength. Ezreal, about halfway through his Triforce. BK still doesn't have that Sheen, so not a lot of trading power available to him yet, but we just saw how much 1Q did to that mini Gnar. Gonna be scaling up, so that death should remain undeterred, as this is a champion. He is plenty comfortable with. Eyesight is
Oh
here,
yeah.
and Storm, he doesn't know that the Maokai has found his way to the top side, but a nice ultimate from Storm means he finds two members into the wall, but it's going to be to no avail. The Wither comes through. BK is going to be able to pick up that kill. The shove is on, so Storm gonna lose out about a full wave. Doesn't have that TP either.
As you mentioned, huge for the Nasus. He is ever scaling with that Q stack. Just going to get bigger and bigger if he can continue to land them on the Gnar.
3 plates secured for the bottom lane duo of the Patriots. They have about 1,000 gold lead as a flash forward from Riley Sauce won't connect with that ultimate. The crash down will find all 2 members. Death Knight going to be taken down. Intelligence is the next on the table. Riley Sauce going to be able to pick that one. It block with a nice arcane shift. Going to run away to safety. Rogue Gorilla with the stun means that there should be no follow-up kill. So a nice play by Digniwashed here. Oh, Lord JK found the mirror into the stun from Itblock. That's 2 kills for the Mel. The Mel will go down as Kaden matches the rope. Now Eyesight on the run. Gonna Q the Diana away. The Q from Diana will not hit. So it looks like the Maokai gonna be able to walk away with his life.
A lot of action there. Everyone with their attention down in the bot lane. It ends up being all 4 from both teams that ended up down there and worked out pretty evenly in the end.
Yeah. The Patriots, you know, in the face of the #1 overall seed, the undefeated team here in Rivals League, are going toe-to-toe. They have a slight gold lead, but they are the ones that should be scaling comfortably into the mid and late game. And if you're the Digniwashed roster, you got to make sure that this wombo combo connects here in the mid game. As BK is going to pop the ghost, pop the ultimate. Storm not going to be able to walk away to safety. That's a solo kill for BK's on the Nasus.
Wow, solo bolo there for BKs.
Now, Itblock is here. Can look to clean up this kill. The W will go wide. Itblock going to be taken to about half health. The ultimate will find its mark. BK is going to go down, but once again, that's a win for the top laner for the Patriots. Now 2-2-0 on this Nasus. Even up the farm, putting down plenty of pressure. The Lord JK is showing the power of this Mel. Kaden taking so much poke, and he's already down 30 CS.
If you're Patriots, you gotta love seeing BKs with the solo there. Storm, the highest rated player on this Digniwashed team. If he's just going even in this matchup, it is going to be very difficult for Digniwashed to win.
Eyesight gonna spot out Itblock. Nature's Grasp does come through. It's gonna root up the jungler for Digniwashed. The W from Eyesight will connect with the Q. Will actually put more distance away from the Viego into the Mel. Storm gonna roam down on the bottom side of this map. Itblock elects not to go for the stun. Kaden narrowly misses out on that stun, but is forced to flash away.
Take note of that one. Diana, no flash. Should be very gankable.
Next neutral objective gonna be the Rift Herald here in about 50 seconds. Death Knight gets extremely aggressive. Rogue Gorilla, 1 auto away from being stunned up. Now Intelligence gonna be able to follow the aggression from Death Knight. A kill won't come forward, but a good chunk of Rogue Gorilla's health bar was taken out. Now Mel is here on the bottom side of the map, but Diana has arrived through lane. The Lord JK uses the W, but Diana's ult will hit. Lord JK will go down. This is 4 members against the remaining 2. That's a double kill for this Viego. 5-1-2 is Itblock, keeping his team in game 1 and actually taking a gold lead here as well.
Yeah, he's just been everywhere, cleaning up all these kills, doing exactly what Viego does.
Getting the resets down, making sure that he is nice and fed. Already has the Trinity Force. Rift Herald has spawned. BK's has an inside track onto Storm. Storm already used that leap, so BK is going to be able to get a Q onto him. We're seeing how much that Q is doing now that the Sheen is available. Viego, Rel, there's all here on the top side. They have total control over this river around the Rift Herald. Now, Ezreal and Braum are making the way up. They are late. Eyesight won't be stunned up, but Storm gonna go Mega, has that ultimate available. Patriots have to be able to play around that timer. It looks like they pull the trigger. Attention on to Rogue Gorilla. The ultimate from Intelligence will land. Rogue Gorilla already below half health. Storm gonna throw a boulder into the face of the Patriots. While the bottom side of the map, the Lord JK getting an uncontested tower, and Rift Herald resets. The Patriots just playing around this objective, buying time so that that first tower will go down. And that's going to be the feat of strength, feat of warfare. And the fight is on. Rogue Gorilla already taken out. Implock will fall as well. The TP from Mel has arrived. The Diana gonna go down. BK is giving chase to Storm. Storm gonna be taken down to about half HP. The Lord JK is here. Storm going to fall. The Patriots, they take a tremendous team fight win, and they stole the Rift Herald.
Yeah, 4v5 there, and Intelligence. Amazing play with the Ezreal. Able to kill Rogue Gorilla over the Baron pit wall. Evened up the odds, and then Patriots took advantage.
They take advantage. They get a tower in bot lane. They ride this Rift Herald, take 2 in mid. Top lane tower is going to fall as well. This is a tremendous gold lead that they're accumulating in such a short time. Iplock takes the Hex Gate. Gonna go up to the top side of his map, but the blue has already been taken away. And on the back of that play, the Patriots race off to a 4,000 gold lead 17 minutes in. This is not what we were expecting here in game 1.
We just mentioned it. It was a 4v5. You think Patriots are going to end up having to give that, and instead, they take the objective, they take the kills, they take the towers, they take everything.
Objective bounties here for Digniwashed in game 1. That is a sight you're not used to seeing when Digniwashed is playing. Usually it's the other way around, but the Patriots coming out fighting here in game 1. They have a very nice draft for themselves, and it's only going to get harder for Digniwashed to try to crawl their way back into this game. Now Storm playing on the opposite side of the map. It looks like the call was to give this dragon, so going to be able to pick up that objective bounty potentially. BK is going to TP forward. Storm using the ult to peel away that Nasus. Nasus going to give chase, but Storm on the Gnar, very slippery. Multiple members are on the top side of the map, but Kaden is walking into the nature's grasp of Eyesight. Kaden gonna be stunned up for about an eternity, and the ultimate from Intelligence gonna find that kill. BK's gonna pop the ultimate to try to survive as Rogue Gorilla has found himself onto the top side of the map. Implock gonna connect with the stun, and BK is gonna go down. But look at the mid lane. I mean, the objective, or sorry, the pressure from the Patriots is here. Rightly saw, gonna have to be playing extremely careful, and it looks like Nasus, or sorry, Nasus, the Viego and the Gnar gonna play for that tier 2 on top side, which means that the Patriots are free to crack this base. The tier 3 will go down, and I mean, smart decision to not even go for that inhibitor, as it's only 19 minutes. They've already cracked the base.
Yeah, you don't necessarily want all those minions crashing in.
Rogue Gorilla and Riley Saw giving chase to try to stop the backs, but it looks like Rogue Gorilla forced the flash away after the flash from Death Knight. So it looked like the call was to, stop the backs to see if they could crack the base on top side of the map, but Storm and Iplock, they just elected to back and potentially help out the team. And I mean, they even up the gold almost. It's still the Patriots with about a 1,500 gold lead here in game 1, but they have 3 dragons. They're already on soul point. The pressure is on, and at this point, I'm not sure if Digniwashed could take a straight up 5v5 into the comp that the Patriots have drafted for themselves.
Yeah, as we mentioned in the pregame, it's going to be super hard to engage into the Braum, into the Maokai, now into this Nasus as well.
Yep. Nasus, I mean, it's going to have to be at least 2 members of Digniwashed to deal with the Nasus side pressure. Is when Storm is in mini, doesn't have the flash available, he is liable to go down at any time in that 1v1 matchup. And the Lord JK gonna have to play careful as Storm about to tick over to Mega. The mirror won't connect. The Nature's Grasp from Eyesight has arrived. Storm now going to be turned on by the Lord JK and Eyesight, and the ultimate from the Mel means that the Lord JK gets an easy kill onto the Gnar, and there's no more pressure on either of these lanes opposite. Hold that thought. Iblock has found out Death Knight. Death Knight on the wrong side of the river wall. Death Knight forced to use the ultimate. TP coming down from the Mel, but Mel does not have that ultimate available. This might be a throw from the Patriots. Rogue Gorilla going to connect onto two. Intelligence is able to free fire. Iblock going to go down in the fray. Make that two as Kaden will fall. It's going to be three. Rogue Gorilla going to be taken out. That's a triple kill for the Nasus. And Eyesight has found Riley Sauce. Riley Sauce going to be slowed by that Q. Is there enough damage by the Maokai? No. And correctly, Patriots turn their attention on to the Otacon. They just want to fight on the top side of the map. Why not take the objective?
Yeah, good decision to take the objective. Better calling in that team fight. All of the gold, all of the kills on this Viego. Once he goes down, Digniwashed really has nothing that can kill anyone.
Storm electing to use that TP on the bottom side while Otacon was being taken, which means he should be able to pick up this last outer turret for Digniwashed. And they're keeping it close in the gold department, but like we said, 3 dragons already secured by the Patriots. That's the Otacon taken as well. And they have all their major cooldowns coming up before this dragon. They're going to be in a perfect position to team fight here. We're going to have to track Storm's rage. If he can find a nice ultimate in the river or a catch as Intelligence wisely arcane shifts back to safety. The Nature's Grasp from Eyesight going to be used. It's going to connect on to Kaden. Kaden going to be immediately taken out with no response. The ultimate from Death Knight means Rogue Gorilla going to fall as well. The chase is still being given by members of the Patriots roster. Death Knight jumps forward. Eyesight waiting there as well. Storm, Kaden, Iblock are forced to watch as that is an inhibitor taken 22.5 minutes in. Eyesight tried to use the Hex Gate, unable to do so. Now Storm is going mega. Patriots going to have to be playing careful. They do back off, so no response from Digniwashed. And this is soul for the Patriots. If they get this, they'll just have such a commanding lead. This game 1 might not be going Digniwashed way.
Definitely would be a very surprising outcome. But they've just looked great in all of these team fights so far.
Patriots get the Hextech Soul, which is going to be a nice boost of damage for that Ezreal, for that Mel, for that Nasus on side. They have a gold lead here, 23.5 minutes in. The Patriots have all the tools they need to set up for a potential Baron. Now, if there is one way that they could throw it, it could be around a Baron fight, as if they're all funneled in the pit, all it takes is one Storm ultimate into a Kaden ultimate into Iblock over the top to wipe a team and potentially threaten an end. The Patriots haven't given them that opportunity. Digniwashed draft the Wombo combo. The Wombo combo has not happened.
Yeah, they really need Iblock to get resets on the Viego at this point for anything to happen. And if Patriots are able to focus that Viego first, take him out of the fight at the beginning, it will be almost impossible for Digniwashed to win.
Let's see how the rest of this game 1 shakes out. It's still only about a 3,000 gold lead for the Patriots. So not insurmountable by any means, but the way that this game 1 is going, they definitely are playing with the tempo. They are playing with the confidence. That's going to be a tier 2 in top lane falling. BK's on this Nasus, going to be pushing in the bottom lane. They're playing a 4-1 here. What's going to be the response from Digniwashed when you have when you're facing down the potential siege from a team like this? What do you do? Do you overload the Nasus? Do you try to look for a 5v4 on the opposite side of the map? Because BK's has TP, and if you go too far in and lose a fight, that's just going to be the game. Oh, Iblock and Rogue Gorilla going to be rooted up by the Mel. Mel going to use that ultimate. The Ezreal ult going to go wide. Iblock forced to flash away. The Nature's Grasp does connect onto Rogue Gorilla. Rel on the run. Can she get out? And she does. So multiple cooldowns used by the Patriots there to try to pick up 2. They fall short. but they're gonna start this Baron nonetheless.
Yeah, they use some cooldowns, but the Viego flash, the Rel flash, both also had to be used right there.
This Baron already down to about half HP, and now we've seen this before. Iplock, the master of the Baron steal, but he won't be given the chance. Iplock going to be taken down. That is the Baron buff going Patriots' way. Nasus on the bottom side of the map is just going to hit this tower. Storm can really only tickle him, and this might just be game one ending. Iplock's down for 30 seconds. There hasn't really been a response from this Digniwashed roster. What a game one from the Patriots here.
They have looked very impressive so far.
Oh, Rogue Gorilla found the connection, but it doesn't matter. Patriots are so far in the lead. That was the engage that they were hoping for, but 3 did fall. Now Intelligence able to flash away from Storm. That's an ace for the Patriots, and that is game one taken as well. Iplock, can he play the hero? Intelligence is going to fall. Eyesight going to be next on the table, but BK's is 1 Q away. Wow, what a way to open this series.
Yeah, we said it at the beginning of the game. The draft definitely had some issues. A dive-heavy comp into a comp that was very much set up to disengage by Patriots, and we saw just that. We knew Gnar was going to have to get pretty far ahead early because eventually the Nasus comes online. Unfortunately for Digniwashed, that just didn't happen. Instead, it was the Nasus who came online, ending up with 8 kills for BKs there.
Yeah, no silly dust from the Patriots side. Storm not able to get the advantage with the pressure from Rogue Gorilla and Iplock. Let's talk about the Lord JK for a second. Mel doing the most damage in the game, closely followed by Intelligence and Storm. Lord JK popping off a nice bounce back performance from an otherwise shaky performance the final week of the regular season. Um, I mean, for Digniwash, this is the first time that they've gone down 0-1 in a series. Usually it's game two that they throw away sometimes, but this is a position we're not used to seeing in for Digniwash. How do they bounce back after that performance?
Well, they haven't lost a series for a reason. They are undefeated. They're just going to have to rely on the fact that you haven't lost a series. You stay confident. Um, this Digniwash team seems very confident. If you guys are in the chat, these guys like to talk a lot. They definitely do not seem like the type that are going to let one game get to them. And you just got to have that short-term memory. You're the number 1 seed for a reason. You didn't play well the first game, but that's fine. Just forget about it and play your game in the next few.
On the opposite side, if you're the Patriots, you can't get too high, right? It's only one game. It's a best of 5 series of, at least 2 more games to go. You can't be so high that you come into game 2 and just, play with disregard for your opponent. This is Digniwash. This is the undefeated team from the regular season. It's nice that they got themselves a 1-0 advantage, but I'm sure, like you said, Digniwash could be coming back with a vengeance. We will have to see what ultimately happens here in game 2 as the lobby is being set up, and it looks like Digniwashed going to be taking red side. Thoughts on that, Husky? Red side for game 2.
Yeah, I like that for them. Storm, he didn't struggle per se, but definitely not the number 1 ranked player in the league type performance out of him in game 1. And if we look back to week 1 when these two teams faced each other, he was really the catalyst for them beating Patriots. He played very well. You want to put him into the position to do that again, to carry your team, to show why he's the number 1 ranked player in this league. And the best way to do that is to guarantee him the counter pick on the red side.
Definitely. Blind picking that Gnar. Now, of course, Gnar, one of the best blind picks you can go with, but that Nasus, I mean, it was a ticking time bomb, right? And unfortunately, with that pressure on the top side, wasn't able to be put down far enough. So Storm, it got to the point where Storm, really couldn't be on the same screen as him, especially when he was mini Gnar. Gonna look for that R5 advantage here in game two. Iblock had a very nice performance despite his team coming up short on the Viego. I was a little bit worried about how that Viego would play team fights, but he was there to clean up the kills. He was there to keep his team in it early. But the later that game went, the more the Ezreal and the Mel were able to scale, the more that the Dragon stackings did come through. It was just too much. Iplock couldn't carry his team to the finish line there. Um, Caden, a very rough performance in that game one. I don't think the draft did him any favors, as it was going to be a tall task to go toe to toe with the Mel in lane. He really needed to make his mark outside of the lane, and unfortunately, the Wombo combo, like we said, never fell. Um, and the Patriots were probably the aggressors in that one, right? They were the ones that were making the plays. They were the ones that played that Rift Herald fight so perfectly. Intelligence found that pick on a Rogue Gorilla. The Maokai ult came through. They got the pinch. They even got the Herald, and after that, they never looked back. It was all Patriots the rest of the way for that game one victory. We'll have to see what happens here in game two as we were waiting just one more player to get into lobby.
Yeah, lots of good things for the Patriots. They won the game, but as you mentioned, they had some really good macro plays in that game, some cross map plays. They got every single dragon that game.
Yeah.
They were able to steal that Rift Herald that they had no business even contesting. Um, just some really great plays. We mentioned, the Lord JK had a really good game. But, early on, the first 4 or 5 levels, I think, that was a close lane.
Yeah.
Caden was playing pretty well. He looked like he had Lord JK on the ropes, and out of nowhere, Eyesight appears. Perfect timed gank, gets the kill onto Lord JK. And after he got that kill right there, he just never looked back. Credit to him, but also credit to Eyesight to play for his mid laner, give him that lead that he could then take over the game with.
Here's what I'm thinking if I'm Tech, the coach of Digniwashed. I think you saw how well Iblock was able to perform in game one. You gotta at least draft the winning lane or two, right? That Iblock could really play around because Iblock was doing the correct thing. He was getting the counter jungling whenever Eyesight would show on one side of the map. He was looking for the 1v1 kills. He was looking for the skirmishes. He just didn't have enough follow up the later that game went. And so if you're Tech, you want to draft strong lanes, particularly around that top side, which is why I think we're seeing them take red side here in game two, so they can guarantee that R5 pick for Storm. But they're down 1-0 in the hole. Something different has to come through for this Digniwashed roster. I'm sure that they are not too nervous. They're undefeated. Yeah, it's the first game one that they've lost, but that's a long series. It's not the end of the world. Now, if the Patriots take a 2-0 lead, then that's where things get spicy.
Yeah, we said it many times. Digniwashed undefeated this season, but one of the things that we haven't said is that the Patriots had a mid-season roster swap. Since that swap, they are actually undefeated themselves. So um, overall in the season, they might not be, but these 5 players are undefeated. So maybe it's just a battle of the 2 undefeated teams if you look at it that way.
If you're looking at it that way, that means I am excited, and probably the expectation should be that we should go the full 5 games, as it should be a back and forth affair. Who knows? Maybe Red Side is the key to victory, and Digniwash can tie this series up 1-1. Everyone is in lobby. We're just awaiting some ready checks from Digniwashed. I'm excited. Let's talk a little bit about this draft. Dig, of course, probably going to save that R5 pick for top lane. If you know that, if you're the Patriots, what's your philosophy here?
Yeah, if they're gonna save it for that late, you might want to look at taking it on B3 here. Um, so that way they can't have those last 2 bans. Take a top laner a little bit early, get BK his best blind option here, so that hopefully it's not as much of a counter pick in the favor of Storm in that top lane.
Yeah, what's interesting is because this is, a Rivals League draft, Iron Man Fearless, it's only going to be the first three bans available to both of these teams. So maybe if you're the Patriots, you think, the rest of the map really had no problems. Maybe we just three ban Storm and take an early top laner to um, kind of even shrink that pool a little more. Or perhaps the thinking is, well, because you're just gonna have to be weak sided anyways because you are picking blind. So we're going to um, uh, we're going to play for our mid or for our bot lane.
Yeah, that's probably what the Patriots are going to have to do. Eyesight, not really a carry jungle. Going to be very difficult for BKs to be the carry when he's on the blue side right here. So, really looking for that bot lane, which looked pretty good in game one, and looking for that mid lane. As we said, Lord JK, once he got that lead, never looked back. Looked very, very good in the game one of this series.
All right, just about everybody is ready. So we should get this draft started momentarily.
I think the good thing here, if you're Digniwashed, Patriots aren't allowed to play those champions anymore. So that Malachi looked really, really good for eyesight. Not going to be available for him. Digniwash looked pretty good on the dive comp, but really, really hard to dive into Braum. Really, really hard to dive into Malachi. So maybe some different champs, but similar style comp, and it won't work out as well against the Patriots this time, possibly.
While we wait ready checks, we're gonna throw it to a quick 3-minute break. Hopefully by then both these teams will be ready to draft. Oh, we're live. We're drafting. Oh, we are drafting. Okay. Never mind. Sorry. Um, Draft has begun. Patriots on blue side, Digniwashed on red. I just saw somebody left the lobby, so I was wondering if it was connection issues. But um, let's see what the Patriots kicked themselves up here in game two. They had a very nice draft in game one. Alistar going to be banned away from Digniwash. Rogue Gorilla not going to be able to get his hands on the playmaking support of Alistar. Mumu, a nice ban from Digniwashed, targeting eyesight on that champion.
A very similar style to the Malachi. They also had banned Skarner the first time around. Um, Three of Eyesight's most popular champs, all with similar play styles.
Second ban about to come through for the Patriots, and it's going to be It Blocks and Jarvan, taking away the Jarvan Oriana combo that we've seen Dig run a couple of times through the Rivals League regular season. Sejuani gonna be the last ban, or sorry, the second ban into the Patriots, once again targeting Eyesight. And I wonder if their philosophy is, hey, let's just sync Eyesight's playmaking pool. If that's the case, I wouldn't be surprised for Skarner to come out on R3. In the meantime, though, Patriots have one more ban to make. Who's it going to
Skarner
be?
got banned first game,
Oh,
by the
yeah, I
way.
got banned
Started off
first
the
game.
table.
All right, yep, correct. Sorry, lots of bans to keep track of. Everybody at home, you got them below. It's going to be Zaya banned away by the Patriots and Poppy banned away by Dig. B1 pick coming up. An important pick for the Patriots here, as they do have that 1-0 lead. I'm thinking it's either jungler or AD carry. We'll have to see. And there you go. AD carry Ash picked up for the Patriots roster.
Yeah, pretty basic ADC. Is immobile, however, so pretty vulnerable to an assassin if you were to get a nocturne or something similar to that.
I think it's a really good pickup by the Patriots because a lot of the time we've seen Riley Sauce run the misfortune Once you see Ash picked, though, the misfortune becomes less of a priority pick for you, as all it is one Ash R to stop that misfortune R. So instead, it's gonna be Digniwashed picking the Jin. I don't think we've seen Jin picked by Dig, so a new champion coming forward. Wukong gonna be locked in. Typically, Wukong is going jungle. However, we have seen it played top lane a couple of times, not by Digniwash, but by a few teams here in Rivals League.
Yeah, like you said, most likely jungle here.
Really, Dr. Mundo pick. Now, Dr. Mundo in the pro scene is a flex pick between top and jungle. Jungle, very healthy clear, can look to get very aggressive. You already have a nice bit of CC with that Ash locked in, so you don't feel bad picking up that Dr. Mundo. Um, I imagine it's probably going top, but who knows? Maybe Eyesight's breaking it out here in this best of 5.
Oh, seems unlikely after the Zinzao pick.
Yeah, definitely. Xin Zhao, a very nice pick into the Wukong. Wukong looks to make a play. All you do is pop the ultimate, and then you are immune to damage. So, outside of it, so we'll have to see. Yone going to be locked. Now, Yone is a flex pick between both solo laners of Dig, but it is a favorite, a heavy favorite for Kaden, who's probably looking to bounce back after that game 1 performance.
Yeah, really heavy AD here from Digniwashed. 3 champions on the board, all 3 AD champs here. So, I'm just saying, Malphite hits hard here.
Yeah, no bans here in the second phase of the draft. So, um, Malphite gonna be available. We'll have to see. I mean, surely they don't pick it on R4 for Dig, right? It would be a potent combo with that Wukong and Yone. They have a lot of backline access. You'd make Jin's life a whole lot easier, but that just doesn't strike me as a Storm pickup.
Yeah, he has been pretty vocal about his dislike of Malphite in the banter chat of Rivals League.
Let's see what the R4 is going to be. If it's a support here, the Patriots might be able to get an advantage at the bot lane. It's going to be Zillion locked in, so preserving a potential flex with mid lane, and then, flex with Yone with mid and top. So not a ton of information shown. Rogue Gorilla, though, highest mastery champion is that Zillion, so you got to imagine it's going down bot.
Yeah, certainly that's probably what's happening right here.
Swain gonna be the lock for the Patriots. The majority of the time we see this Swain locked for the Pats. It is in the mid lane, so it's gonna be Swain Yone as your mid lane matchup. And we just await a support pick, unless this is Swain support. Well, but I'd be very surprised. What are we looking at? What deals with Zillion? Honestly, a Soraka wouldn't be horrible here. Actually going to be Taric though, so a nice pickup into that Wukong. If the Taric ult comes through, a lot of the return damage from Digniwash, or a lot of the burst damage from Digniwash, going to be nullified. As they're really looking for that wombo combo once again. Wukong gets a nice multi-man ultimate followed up by the Yone. Taric going to be a big part of keeping his team alive. Okay,
Okay.
so Talia hovered. The Yone main might not be getting his hands on Yone. It looks like it's gonna be Storm piloting that champion on top side, and Talia in the mid for Kaden. Your thoughts here, Husky?
Yeah, obviously Caden, Tione, something different, but Storm could possibly play Talia. You never know. But certainly they needed an AP pick there. They were way too AD heavy. It would have made Swain, Mundo, Tarek unkillable if you just had to stack armor. So really forced into an AP pick on R5, and they end up with the Talia.
Well, if we're going off of predictions, everybody had predicted Digniwash taking game 1, so you're all losing your points. Patriots gonna be the winner. I'm gonna throw up the predictions once again for you all. Speaking about predictions, Husky, you see the drafts, you saw how game 1 went, and momentum in best of series is a very important part. Who do you think is taking game 2 here?
Yeah, I like the momentum here, so I'm gonna go with Patriots in this one. The Mundo, the Swain, they can just get so big, so unkillable. Especially with Wukong, Yone, gonna have difficulties with those two killing them. They have the Taric ult to save them if they ever do get low. The Xin Zhao ult as well to save them. So I'm going Patriots on this one.
Huskies got the Patriots. I look at Diggs' roster, or sorry, Diggs' comp, that they've drafted for themselves, and it just screams to me that they gotta win in like 25 minutes, right? Yes, Yone does scale. Yes, the Talia and Zillion should scale. But you look at like the damage profile into what the Patriots have drafted for themselves. It's gonna take a while for them to, break down a Swain, break down a Tarek, break down a Mundo, especially if the Patriots can get ahead. So, Digniwashed, they gotta get ahead early in this one if they hope to come out with a game 2 victory and even this series up. I'm gonna go with the Patriots. I don't think the Patriots are gonna let them um, do just that. I think they're gonna play safe like they did before. They're gonna take calculated risk, calculated plays. We'll have to see how aggressive the Xin can be early, as there isn't gonna be a lot of priority in his lanes. But outside of that, I think the Patriots have a recipe for success and what Dig is trying to do. So. You got your two casters going for the Patriots to take a 2-0 lead. Let us know what you got going on for your predictions with your channel points. I'm curious to see who you think takes this game 2 victory. We're going to throw it to a quick break. And when we come back, a question will be answered. Will the Patriots take a 2-0 series lead and threaten match point? Or will Digniwash even this series up, forcing a game 4? We will have to see when we come back. Stick around. In game one, the Patriots came out victorious. Question is, can Digniwash even this series up? Here in game two, the Patriots looks like they were prepping for a potential invade. But it looks like Digniwash opting for your stereotypical 5-point start. Looking at the runes and mastery summoner spells, it doesn't seem like anything's out of the ordinary here, Husky. How do you expect this early game to go?
Yeah, I mean, Dig should have the advantage in the early game here. And as we mentioned in the draft, they're going to need that early game advantage because if it is close after 25 minutes, it's going to be all Patriots probably walking away with game two. So Dig going to need to be a little aggressive, going to need to make some plays early here.
I've never seen this amount of players play with Flash on D, by the way. I was just looking at everybody's summoner spells. That's a crazy amount of people that are doing it wrong. Anyways,
I agree,
um,
by the way. And so does Baker.
Rogue Gorilla and Riley Sauce probably to get that shove and bot lane into the melee that is Tarek. Caden gonna find a nice E on to, or sorry, Lord JK gonna find a nice E onto Caden. The top side of the map is curious to me as it should be Mundo favored early, and then once Yone gets that Bork, you know, it's Yone the rest of the way. But we were talking about it before we loaded in. We think the bot lane matchup is going to decide this game too. If Intelligence and Death Knight can sustain through the lane and make their presence felt into the mid to late game, then Patriots should be all right. But if Riley Sauce and Rogue Gorilla can get the better of them in the 2v2 or utilize pressure potentially from the Talia, from the Wukong, it might be Digniwashed win. Oh, the Lord JK taken extremely low. Gonna pop that pot, but one flip up from the Talia. It should be a kill for the mid laner of Digniwash's Death Knight. Not gonna be able to play. The flip from Caden does land, but eyesight was there. A perfect bait from the Patriots mid laner, and that's first blood for the Xin Zhao.
Oh, he did it game one. Looks like he's doing it game two when his mid lane needs him. Eyesight has been there this series.
Especially around this mid lane, you know, what a crossover. You know, just finished up his clear on the bottom side of the map, saw his mid lane was low, made the appropriate adjustment, and they pick up a kill because of it. Now the Lord JK gonna have a slower back, so might miss a minion or two, but on the top side of the map, Xin Zhao picks up the blue, but a ward on the opposite side in Xin Zhao's blue quadrant means that this potential play was sniffed out by Digniwashed. Now Storm going to be taken very low. Wukong is here. Xin Zhao waiting in the wings. Lord JK has roamed up as well. So it's a party in the top lane. And ultimately nothing's really going to happen.
Well, like we were saying, the top lane is the important lane, right?
Yeah.
I think we said that.
Yeah, something like
Something
that.
like that.
Intelligence able to weather the storm in this 2v1, actually up in farm. So all is good down there for the Patriots. They feel really good in the mid lane despite the CS gap. Swain got another kill like he did in game one. Caden gonna be trading with the Lord JK, but the Lord JK takes Caden below half HP, about a third. So Caden gonna have to be careful here. Wukong is already back, picked up a couple of long swords, so Eyesight keeping him in farm, but going to be down some item components here. I imagine he's gonna back after Cubs and make his way topside, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. He did waste a lot of time or in that top side waiting for the possible Wukong gank.
Lord JK getting prio here in this mid lane, actually forcing a back from Talia. First dragon has spawned. It is a Hextech dragon, so pretty good early dragon if you're able to get your hands on it, but it looks like both of these junglers are going to be pathing towards the top side of the map. Storm and BK's just farming it out. Neither one of them has backed yet. Storm has found a pretty nice CS advantage. Not by much, but it's nice. Kaden gonna be rooted up by the E. The auto attack will follow. Lord JK goes up 2-0 into this
Y-
Swain versus Talia matchup.
Yeah, the Swain is down a decent amount of CS here, but with the 2 kills, going to be very strong in lane.
Ooh, Death Knight gonna be slowed up. The bomb will land. The root from Riley's sauce, but now Intelligence has shifted their sights onto the bottom laners of Digniwashed. Nice return damage into Rogue Gorilla. BK's has backed. He did use that TP. Gonna force the TP out of Storm as well. Wukong completes the back. Gonna be on the bottom side of the map. While the top side, Eyesight is hanging out. Grubs won't spawn for another minute 40, so if there's going to be a neutral objective fight, it's going to be around this dragon in the bottom lane. Pings by Digniwashed onto the dragon. It has been started up by Ipluk on the Wukong. But Kaden going to be slowed by that W from the Swain. The Swain E will land. Will they tower dive? No. Talia enough of a threat with those pebbles there that they're not going to risk it. However, that pressure was enough to force Iflock off of the dragon. And I believe with the scuttle take for Eyesight, he should be able to get level 6. Oh, nope, still level 5. Iplock trying to get aggressive here. The W will hit 2 members. Gonna give sight for the Patriots. But they just... I mean, Digniwashed has no avenue into this dragon, so... Patriots gonna find that first one.
With the dominance Lord JK has had in this mid lane, just no way for the Talia to get there and help out.
The Talia, has a considerable CS lead, and so the advantage isn't as big as you would think with this Swain. He's only up about 400 gold or so. With Grub spawning in 10 seconds, Swain still has that ultimate. BK's is low, but Patriots are going to be the first onto the map towards that top side. Wukong all the way down there in bot, so they might be able to pick up both neutrals here. If they play their cards right, they're going to go through. Clean up some vision, as Lord JK did find that eye on Kaden once again. Gonna do a quick stack check on the Swain. He has accumulated 210 health already with that passive, so pretty nice start for him. 1 grub will be secured. Now BK's doesn't have any top lane prio, but Digniwashed wants to play it safe. They're gonna allow the Patriots to pick up the first dragon as well as these grubs.
Yeah, the Death Knight able to roam up for Patriots, but Rogue Gorilla surprisingly did stay in the bot lane here. He is kind of known for his roaming around the map, and instead in this matchup, he's going to stay in the bot.
Intelligence playing correctly. Doesn't know where the Wukong is, so doesn't want to get dove. Rogue Gorilla does have access to the ultimate, so a dive would be very easy to pull off. But Wukong on the top side of the map. So while the Patriots have gotten themselves the first couple of objectives, it's actually Digniwashed that has a gold lead. Goes from BK's, forces out the flash and ultimate from Storm, as Eyesight was there. So a nice little win for the Patriots. It only costs BK's go, so you get 2 major cooldowns for the Yone. Ooh, Lord JK getting beat up here. Oh, gonna flash forward. Kaden forced the flash as well. The flip will land onto the Swain. Swain ult will dissipate. Now Eyesight is here, and it might just be a repeat like we saw level 1. Kaden gonna be knocked up. The Ash ult gonna hit as well. That mid laner was going nowhere. That's another kill onto Kaden. Now 0-3 here in game 2.
Now he's got to be yelling about this camp job that Eyesight's pulling on him.
BK's in Storm, getting aggressive. Storm, slightly healthier than the Patriots top laner, but BK's hit that Q, pops the ultimate, wants to trade aggressively. Just gonna look to clear out that wave instead. Patriots take a slight gold advantage here. Uh-oh. Storm. You got no flash, you got no ult. The Q will go through both members of the Patriots, but it's not going to be enough. The knockup lands. BK's gets that kill. Eyesight is just everywhere. He's doing his best hit block impression from game one. Now the stun from Rogue Gorilla will hit. The Lord JK, no ultimate, no flash. Riley Sauce gonna pop the ultimate. And that's a shutdown for the Jhin. Digniwashed, get on the board 11 minutes in.
Yeah, good play right there.
Oh,
Ooh.
it blocked to find the ultimate onto intelligence. Death Knight with the Taric ult in response. The ultimate going to save his bottom laner's knife. Now it blocked. No more cooldowns. Gonna be forced to run. Zillion does have that ultimate, so I don't expect any more action. Oh no, Kaden was spotted out by Eyesight. Both players will be knocked up. Kaden on the run. The Astral gonna be wide, but Eyesight did connect with the W. Takes the E forward. Iplock to be rooted up by the Swain. Two members of Digniwash going to go down. Swain gonna walk away with a double kill. And on the top side of the map, Storm can't get anything done as this Dr. Mundo is such a nullifier. Two quick kills, 20 seconds before Dragon. Patriots in this series against Digniwash, they've shown how much they've grown from week one to now.
Oh man, Kaden right now up 22 CS, but 0-4 on this Talia. It's like every time they try to engage, it's just there's always someone from Patriots there.
Storm forced it back, which means BK is with his Demolish procs could take several plates. There's a shutdown on the Patriots top laner. There's a shutdown on the Patriots jungler. Their mid laner is 4-1, and we thought the story of the game would be, you know, which bot lane can get ahead, and it's been pretty quiet down there. It's been back and forth. Jhin got that kill on the mid, of course, did get that shutdown, but it's all Patriots here early. Digniwash, this is, I mean, not only is this uncharacteristic, this is not something we have seen at any point during Rivals League.
They have an early game comp, and they're losing early right now, not making the plays that they need to. And by the way, might I say, that is the 6th dragon in a row so far for the Patriots.
Storm trading aggressively into BK's. BK's gonna trade some grass procs as well. He has to be careful as Wukong is on the top side of this map. That spell shield did pop. BK's did use the ultimate, so he is, you know, in a prime position to potentially get ganked. Storm has the ultimate available. Wukong has made his way onto the top side. But all it is one ghost from BK's, and there's no longer a play to be made.
Yeah, BK's knows all of his teammates on the other side of the map, so he's got to be the one under pressure, and he is able to play safe and survive.
And look at this pressure. Speaking of pressure, the Lord JK gonna find that E onto Kaden. Eyesight and Lord JK gonna take this first tower. Ooh, got a little spicy there. I thought Lord JK might have made a mistake walking back in, but he survives. They get that first tower, and they get the feat of strength for the second game in a row.
Yeah, Lord JK, maybe he forgot he had Blackfire Torch there, but that burn is proccing, and that's going to cause you to take some tower damage.
Lord JK forced it back. This mid lane under pressure as Intelligence gonna be able to get there for the wave. Wukong on the top side of the map taking away the blue buff, so it block like we saw in game one, doing the correct pathing, doing the correct things, but his team, it's just not working out for him here in game two. Like you said, Kaden 0-4, and outside of Riley Sauce, been a whole lot of nothing as BK is going to get engaged on here. The ultimate from Iplock and Storm will land. BK does not have the ultimate, but this Dr. Mundo is so dang tanky. That's 2 ultimates that he just ate up, and he walks away to safety.
Like you said, he doesn't even have the ultimate, and he still wasn't in danger during any of that.
And with two major cooldowns blown by Digniwashed, Patriots are very confident in starting up this Rift Herald. Nobody is on the bottom side of the map to pressure as well, so they're going to be able to pick this one up for free. Digniwashed swing and miss on the top side, and the Patriots benefit because of it.
A little rough. You see that the Mundo already has one item here. He has the Warmogs, and we mentioned that the Yone is going to be pretty good when he has the Bork, but
Joel
15
does
minutes in, he
end
doesn't have the
on the
Bork.
Riley sauce, but he's so far deep under tower that ultimately nothing's going to happen. Now the Tark ult was used as Itblock did show face. Caden is here in the mid lane. Lord JK under fire. A little bit of a misplay there as Rift Herald was used, and they don't pick up that tier 1 tower quite yet. So, you know, not the best play we've seen from the Patriots tonight, but even when they're making mistakes, Digniwashed is just not in a position to capitalize now.
Yeah, while all that was happening, BKs took tier 1 topside.
The Patriots, 16.5 minutes in, have about a 3,000 gold lead, just a shade over 3,000 actually. And we talked about it while we were loading in. This Digniwash team comp, they're kind of playing on a timer, right? It feels like they got to get ahead early with a comp that features a Wukong, that features a Jhin. Jin's certainly not going to be doing a ton of damage into the tankiness that a Taric, a Dr. Mundo, that a Swain provide. And it might come down to with the way this game is going, can Storm scale up enough to be a threat into the tanks that are Mundo and Swain, or are we gonna see the first two games taken off a Digniwash team? It's never happened. They've never gone down 0-2 as they did go undefeated in the regular season. Oh, Death Knight gonna be spotted out. Rogue Gorilla gonna speed himself up to avoid that stun coming through. Dragon is spawning here in 20 seconds. Multiple members from both teams playing around this mid lane. Itblock can pull the trigger with the Wukong. E will land. Itblock gonna be taken to about half health. Now, Eyesight is rooted, gonna force to use the ultimate. A flash Q will land. The stun from the Ashe will follow. And we've seen this happen 4 other times. Make it 5. Caden on this Talia goes down. Now Storm on the top side of the map trying to play aggressive into Dr. Mundo. But his team comes up short in the team fight. Patriots walk away with that tier 1 in mid. And they're probably getting soul point here as well.
It's going to be now the 7th dragon in a row taken by the Patriots. Not a single one secured so far in this series by Digniwashed.
JK hanging out, trying to spot out any potential steals. Itblock not going to be able to get there in time. That is soul point secured by the Patriots. That is a 4,000 gold lead secured by the Patriots. And frankly, I mean, they're well on their way securing a game 2 victory. I'm shocked. This is, I mean, what's going on here, Husky? What is Digniwash doing differently than they did in the regular season?
Digniwash is struggling to find out where to put the aggression here. We saw Iplock really trying to focus the top side here, and, putting all your energy into killing a Mundo may not be the best decision. It certainly hasn't been this game. Even when he's had good angles on this Mundo, BKs has lived. Just can't kill Mundo very easily. Meanwhile, on the other side, you see Eyesight just staying in that mid lane, just ganking Caden over and over and over again, and the Lord JK has been a huge benefit of that. Second game in a row, he's getting a huge lead.
Storm and Rogue Gorilla on a little bit of a scouting mission here as the next objective spawning will be on the bottom side of the map, but they want to make sure that Storm is safe to farm up on the top side. Otacon has spawned on the top side of the map. I just lied to you all. My apologies. Rogue Gorilla and Itblock are here, but Eyesight is so aggressive on this Xin Zhao. Rogue Gorilla going to be forced to use the ultimate on himself, which means Storm and Itblock got to be careful now. Storm, can he find a play? The Ashe ult will hit once again. Intelligence making it rain with these enchanted crystal arrows. Storm taken out immediately. That's the pick that the Patriots needed to start up this Otacon. And on the bottom side of the map, BK's with tremendous pressure as well.
You know, BK is going into Caden as a two-level advantage and also a full item as well on Caden, so going to be very difficult for that Talia.
Otacon secured by the Patriots, pings onto the mid lane as they don't want to allow. Uh-oh. This might be a little bit of a throw. Intelligence going to be engaged on. The W from the Jhin will not land. Intelligence forced to use that ultimate now. Eyesight is here. It blocked. It was such a good looking play, but it comes up short. Riley Sauce getting chased down by BKs. Eyesight knocking up Rogue Gorilla. Storm on the run. The Q will not land. Ultimate used by the Tark to potentially for a dive, but Patriots wising up. They're not going to overstay their hand. Well, I take that back. Eyesight shoved under tower by Caden. That is a shutdown secured by the Talia. But that's a tier 2 tower secured by the Patriots. BK's on this Mundo is so tanky. Rogue Gorilla not going to find that grasp onto Caden, and so while Eyesight goes down, they get themselves an Otacon. They get themselves 3 quick kills. They get themselves a tier 2. And they have a massive gold advantage here 22 minutes in.
Said that Digniwashed had to get a lead early. They have done the exact opposite. They have dug themselves a major hole. And with only 2 kills to their name, I'm not sure how they're going to get back into this one without a miracle.
And I think, that play on the intelligence kind of just sums up why they needed that early lead. Itblock found an 80 carry basically face checking into him. He hit them with the combo. The Jhin ultimate came through, and there just wasn't enough damage, right? Intelligence was able to flash out to safety, and then, you're stuck in a losing play. You used all your cooldowns, you used all your abilities, and the Patriots just got to chase you down. And for Digniwash, I mean, this is just, I keep reiterating it, but I mean, this is just so shocking. This is not what we expected from the undefeated team coming into this one. This is the 4th seeded Patriots. Now, the Patriots did ramp up, like you said. With this starting 5, they have yet to lose a series. I would have thought you were crazy if you're going to call it 2-0, as we see Itblock once again caught out by Intelligence. Has he missed an Astral? I think he missed one.
There was one mid that he threw halfway across the map. Missed by a couple inches right there.
But a pick onto Itblock 20 seconds before Dragon, which means the Dragon's going to be spawning as Itblock respawns from that death timer. And so the Patriots going to play with this pressure, going to make it so that Digniwash cannot walk in to contest that Dragon. And, you've been keeping track of it so well. If they get this soul here, that's 8 straight Dragons in this series.
That's not a winning formula. Giving up every single dragon in a series.
Rogue Gorilla knows that, the chances of them getting that dragon is low, so instead they're going to turn their sights onto BK's on this Mundo. Storm going to knock him up. Can he take him out? No. BK's, even through the heal cut of Rogue Gorilla, able to survive that one. 2 Digniwash members on the top side of the map means the Patriots can get aggressive in mid. Lord JK once again taking a couple tower shots. Jhin going to be using the ult to try to buy his team some time to collapse here. Now, Iblock has found his way onto the backside of the fight. Lord JK forced the ult away, forced the flash away. Eyesight buys his time so much pressure. Nice 2-man E from Iblock means Caden on the run. Storm gonna follow. Riley Sauce gonna be rooted up. Iblock gonna be taken out. Rogue Gorilla, the lone Digniwash member, surviving. And that's just game 2, going the Patriots' way. 25 minutes in, they take a 2-0 series lead. Husky, this is unbelievable what we're seeing.
What a statement game. 16-2, 11,000 gold lead, under 25 minutes. That is just throwing it all down and saying, you guys were the #1 seed, you were undefeated. But guess what? R5, we're also undefeated, and we're going to be a better undefeated than you guys. I mean,
Yeah.
incredible plays by the Patriots here. They they've done well. I mean, they've had two good drafts that we liked both times, but you have to, execute those drafts, and they've done an amazing job both times.
And if that doesn't sum up how game two went, I don't know what does. Storm on the Yone tasked to try to put pressure on the top side. He got plenty of resources between Iplock and Real Gorilla. Did the most damage in the game by about 6,000 damage. But it was the team efforts, the team coordination, the team map movements that set the Patriots apart here in game two. And they have a 2-0 series lead. They've secured themselves match point. All they need is one more victory to upset Digniwashed here um, in our opening series in semifinals. I mean, Digniwashed, their backs against the wall. They went undefeated the entire regular season. If they were to fall short here, I mean, what a disappointment they would feel if that were the case. They got to regroup and respond here in game three, or their season is over.
Yeah, I never thought that we would be saying that, but you know, two straight wins for the Patriots, eight straight dragons for the Patriots. Um, I liked what they did, trying to get Storm that counter pick, trying to, you know, really win at least one lane really hard, and they just didn't. I mean, this is possibly the MVP, possibly the all-star from the top lane. Storm has looked amazing, and he just has not been able to carry his team tonight. He's looked fine. He hasn't fed. He hasn't played poorly. Same with Iplock, their jungle, who's also having an amazing season. Looked pretty good, but as a team, they just have not looked nearly on the level of the Patriots, especially in that game too.
Yeah, and this is just like I keep reiterating, this is something that we have yet to see here in Rivals League. Now, they do have the opportunity to do something that we have not seen, which is pull a reverse sweep and a best of fives here. Of course, this would be the first best of five, but what a way to win one. Having to crawl back from an 0-2 hole. I just think it's going to be so hard with the way the Rivals draft works. There are no more bans available to either of these teams. It's just going to come down to picks and execution. Um, Digniwashed going to opt for red, and I mean, they're gonna have to throw something at a wall and hope it sticks. Otherwise, their season is over. Both teams are potentially gonna ask for a quick break here, as this is a long best of five series. I wouldn't blame them if they did. We'll have to wait to receive confirmation for that one. We will see.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some messages go back and forth. There might be a sub possibly coming in here for game three on the Digniwash side. Not 100% sure right now if that is going to happen, but
It
looks
is
like it could be.
confirmed. It's gonna be
Okay.
Terran coming into the mid lane for the Digniwash team. Caden looking shaky. I don't know if he slept himself out or if it was a group vote or whatever it may be, but going to be taken out of the lineup and instead Terran going to be inserted in to try to provide a jolt, to try to provide something here for Digniwash, as they are one loss away from their season coming to a conclusion.
Yeah. Caden not necessarily having the greatest series so far. On on the same wavelength though. I mean, Caden didn't in an individual lane look that bad right there, right? It's just every single time he engaged, eyesight was there. I mean, you want to talk about right place, right time for the right guy, eyesight, just camping Lord JK, giving him a huge lead in two games now. And, you know, Caden, unfortunately, his KDA was the thing that suffered because of that.
I think both junglers are having a tremendous series. Now, Digniwash have yet to pick up a win here. But Iplock is doing all the right things. He's making the cross map plays. He's making sure that he's keeping up in tempo and farm with eyesight. It's just that eyesight. He's getting the team help behind him, right? Every time they make a play, it comes before a dragon's about to spawn, before an Otacon is to be taken. Um, that's been the difference here in this series with the substitution with Terran in the mid lane. Do you expect anything different to come out for both of these teams? I mean, this is a wrench that we weren't expecting here in game three.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with Terran. It does look like mostly an ADC player. Also some top in there. So I mean, there's obviously some crossovers. You can play ADCs, you can play some top solo laners in that mid lane. Um, but I mean, this is a Digniwashed team that did not lose. This mid jungle synergy was able to win every single series in the regular season. And when the season's on the line, to throw a different, a different person into that role, that's going to be a little difficult. That's a different person that couldn't be involved in the shot calling. That's going to be involved in roams. You got this far with Caden as your mid. I know he wasn't perform. They weren't performing the best here, but I think you got to stick with what got you to this point.
Let's talk about the opposite side of the matchup. The Lord JK has just played 2 games against a laner that he was kind of getting the better of in, you know, the mechanics of the lane. Now he did go down in CS in that game too, like you said, but was setting up ganks very nicely. Was playing on the, the edge of the line to make stuff happen and benefited because of it. Now he has to kind of um, adapt his play style to whatever Terran might present, right? He's had a 2 game sample size of Caden, and now Terran coming in probably gonna have an entirely different way that they approach the lane, that they play champion matchups, and Lord JK gonna have to respond because who knows if Terran comes in and tears it up, unintended, we might have a series on our hands.
Yeah, it could definitely change for either way. It it's going to be remain to be seen, but I'm a big believer in sticking with what got you to where you are, especially when you're the one seed that hasn't lost. So seems like it might be a little bit desperate on their side. We'll have to see how it works out for them.
I mean, back against the wall, like we said, this is a team that has gone undefeated, and if they come up short here, I just feel like they're gonna feel like it was just a season wasted, a potential championship season wasted by this Digniwashed squad. So I don't fault them for trying something to see if they can turn this series around. Who knows? Maybe we'll see even more substitutes if they're able to pick up this win from either side. It is something that we haven't really talked about, but now that there are no bans, if you bring people in, there's nothing to really try to ban them away. So who knows?
Yeah, maybe going forward, that's something certain teams look into. If you make it to later on when there's no bans, you just sub a whole new 5-man roster in, and none of their champions have been banned this far.
Maybe we'll see. But you look below us. It is a good chunk of the champion pool, not only for these 2 teams, but just for the League of Legends roster in general that have already been banned away here before this game 3. We've seen plenty of top laners banned, plenty of junglers banned. Now that the pools have been pinched, do you expect some pocket picks to come out, or do you think there's still enough meta stuff here to get through this 3rd game?
Yeah, I think for game 3, there might be something a little bit different, like an APC, but I don't think until you get to game 4 or 5 that something completely out of the meta is going to be chosen. We did see a bunch of game 3s during the regular season, and outside of the last week where there was some questionable teams having fun, um,
Yeah.
for the most part, it has been basically meta picks even in game 3. Most of these players have a deep enough champ pool to at least get them to that. It would probably be game 4 and 5 where we start seeing some crazy stuff.
Well, we have to see how both of these teams approach a game 3 draft. Both of these teams Not a lot of experience in game threes. I think Digniwashed played two, 3 game series against EV and SEAL Team 8, which, those opponents might not be the same caliber that the Patriots are right now. The Patriots, of course, played one against EV. Uh, and I think that might be the only one for this 5-man roster.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't play 3 games against EV, you did something wrong. You didn't get the Rivals League experience over here.
That's true. RAR, I think the only one that didn't go 3 games against EV. They can hang their hats on that. Um, we're getting ready checks coming through. Before this game three, do you want to call your shot? What do you expect from the new middle laner and Digniwashed here?
Yeah, I think that they'll do fine. I don't think that
That's
they
sick.
will go. I don't think they're gonna go one way or the other here. So kind of an in between game, but I expect the Pats to just keep the ball rolling on this one and end up taking this 3-0.
Okay, I mean that's your bold prediction before draft even starts. I definitely can appreciate that. They definitely have momentum on their side. Digniwash reeling, subbing in a new mid laner. I don't know. It could work tremendously for them, or it could all fall apart. Your guess is as good as mine. We will have to see. Game three draft about to start here. Man, the drama, the tension. Digniwash undefeated season on the line. The Patriots scaling up through the season. Potentially a new favorite. The way this series has gone, it's been a blast, and we've only played 2 games.
Yeah, it has definitely been a fun series so far. Um, it'd be a little bit more fun if Dig can win a game or two here, make it close, and you know, drink a lot of coffee before this, so might as well stay up till 2 casting anyways.
And we are live into the draft. Like I said, no bans for either of these teams. It only comes down to picks and execution. Patriots, because of that Ash they picked in game two, they're allowed to pick MF pretty much for free here in game three with no Ash counter available. It's going to be an Aphelios and Syndra locked in response, though.
Yeah, also no Braum, another misfortune um,
Yeah.
counter was taken in game 1, so lots of misfortune counters gone here.
Leona going to be picked up by the Patriots blind. Now I'm curious to see what Rogue Gorilla has in store. A Vi going to be picked up by the Patriots as well. Vi, a very high presence jungler in pro play. We haven't really seen a ton of it in Rivals League though.
Yeah, with the Aphelios with the Syndra, you got 2 high damage, squishy champs that like to stay in the back. Vi, if she finds an angle, can just hit one button and blow both of them up.
But Milio, a very nice pick up by Digniwashed. Though with their
Yes.
R4 pick, I really like what the Milio offers into the Vi. You can't stop the Vi ultimate, but you can make sure that whoever gets ulted doesn't die immediately.
Yeah, also very good into the Leona. Leona obviously also looking to go in, CC everyone for the misfortune, and Melio can kind of just say, no, you don't.
So they get the priority jungler. They get the Leona Misfortune combo. I imagine we're gonna see a jungler picked up by Dignawashed here on R4. Um, I mean, what do you think? What do you think? Iplock's thinking. I mean, his Nidalee is still open, but I don't think we'll see a Nidalee Syndra combo come through. Seems a little suspicious when you're facing an elimination match. Volibear's off the board. I don't even know what you pick.
Yeah, I think it might not be your style, but you need a front line here. You've played a couple games without a front line. It has not worked out for you. So even though Iplock might used to be playing the carry, he might just need to play not the carry this game.
But I mean, Maokai off the board, Skarner off the board, right? Amumu off the board, and it's not going to be a tank. Iplock heard you and said, "Ain't no way, Jose." It's going to be Nefiri locked in for the Dignawash jungler.
I respect it, but your carries are going to keep getting blown up if you don't change something.
Well, we'll have to see. As it might be Storm on tank duty on an elimination match. I mean, it might come down to that Cho'Gath going to be locked in for the Patriots. A pick that has kind of fallen out of favor, but with everything that has gone through, it's going to provide beef, going to provide a front line, can be a menace in the side lanes, um, and of course does scale as well.
Yeah, BK's pretty comfortable on the Cho'Gath, so no big surprise there.
Aurelian Soul going to be the lock in for the Lord JK. Kind of nice 1-2 punch with the Vi. Vi goes in ult. You can have the Aurelian Soul ult over the top. Can combo really nicely with that Misfortune and Leona as well. So Patriots have picked themselves a very nice team fight. And it's going to be the Ornn locked in by Storm. That is something that I was not expecting to see here on an elimination match nonetheless.
Yeah, it makes sense. It works with their comp. It, fits everything. I don't know that it fits Storm, though. I know he says he plays everything, he does everything. Uh, just go into banner chat. He'll tell you all about how much he can play everything well. And we've seen it, but, he has been one of the carries on this team. And also, you usually don't wait until R5 and hold that for an Ornn pick. You're trying to get a counter, you're trying to get a winning lane here, and instead, they take the big guy.
Now, Ornn, of course, does a tremendous amount of damage. But Storm kind of one of, if not the main damage dealer for the team. Yes, Caden makes contributions. Yes, Riley Sauce makes contributions, but Storm a big part of the team fight damage equation. So we'll have to see if he could still make that work out with the Ornn. Terran, a curveball thrown the Patriots' way. Digniwashed facing elimination. Patriots, an unlikely 3-0 sweep on the horizon if they could pull this one off. Husky, you called your shot before the draft. You said Patriots are, getting the 3-game all the way before the draft began. Now that you see the two compositions in front of you, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm a big Misfortune guy myself, favorite champ in the game. So anytime someone takes Misfortune, I'm taking them to win the game. Let's go, Pats.
There you have it. Husky riding with the Patriots to perform an unlikely upset. I like what Digniwashed has presented. I do agree. I think that the Fury kind of sticks out here. If the Syndra can't get ahead early, it might be kind of hard for Digniwashed to play these team fights with the comp that the Patriots have drafted for themselves. Patriots have won 2 in a row. I don't see why this game might be any different. So what the heck? I'll go with the Patriots 3-0 as well. I'm going to throw the prediction up for you all. So far, it's been 100% Digniwashed votes both games in a row. Perhaps we'll see if our voters have grown wary of how good this Digniwashed team is doing in this series. We'll see. They're going to be in it until they're eliminated, right? You can't discount an undefeated team, but the way the series has been going has been pretty wild to see. We're going to throw it to a quick break as the rest of the draft goes through in client. When we're back, Digniwashed face a potential early exit. We'll have to see. Stick around. Patriots have taken an unlikely 2-0 lead here in this best of 5 against number 1 seed Digniwashed. And we thought Terran was coming in to play mid lane, but our suspicions were correct. Storm, there's no way he's playing Ornn in a potential elimination game. He's going mid. Storm, of course, not a stranger to the mid lane. Played mid in LXC Conquer, I believe, was the league. Some league in LXC. And so we'll have to see how Storm adjusts on the fly. 2 games of top lane. Now has to deal with the Lord JK, who's playing with plenty of confidence and some good synergy with his jungler to boot. Husky, looking at the matchups here, looking at the summoner spells and keystones. Anything standing out to you? Do you expect this game to go a particular way here early?
Yeah, nothing really standing out. You know, good scaling on both sides. You have the ornaments, Syndra scaling on the side of Digniwashed. On the other side, obviously Cho'Gath scales pretty hard, and so does Aurelion Sol.
Rogue Gorilla takes about half their health. Death Knight opting to start that E to close the distance. So Rogue Gorilla gonna be without a pot for the rest of this laning phase. So you see, I don't expect it. I'm not expecting a ton of action to happen mid. Now, of course, I thought that, or sorry, top. I thought that last game, and that was exactly what didn't happen. Pausing coming out as there is a frame rate issue on Storm's end, so we'll throw it to us. Not to give any teams a competitive advantage here in this potential elimination game. But from 2 minutes of action, Husky, who's winning this? Oh, just kidding.
I mean, pretty obviously that it is a huge gold advantage of under 50 gold in favor of, actually, I'm not sure. The client
Yeah,
doesn't tell you when it's
client
that low
doesn't tell you
anyway.
if it's that low, yeah. Yeah, I'm curious to see how both of these teams respond. It's a lot of moving pieces for Digniwashed. Terran now playing mid, Terran playing top, Storm playing mid. It's basically subbing in 2 new players, right? Storm, of course, used to the team and how they communicate and play, but a different position, a different play style. And for the Patriots, it's 2 new opponents basically. As BK's was doing a fine job into Storm, being a neutralizer, getting the TPs off, being a nice side lane pressure menace in game 1 on that Nasus. Now going against Terran, it's a tank v tank matchup, but I don't expect anything crazy to happen there. Looking at these jungler picks, the Nefuri and the Vi, you expect with the Aurelion Sol and Syndra, both immobile mages, a lot of pressure in the 2v2 there. As
Yeah.
the pause looks like it's going to be resolved as we are waiting the spectator pause, I believe. All right, there we go. I was a little worried it was bugged for a second, but we are back into the action. What are you expecting here, Husky, early? I mean, both teams scale, like you said. Who's got the early game prio?
I do like the Patriots a little bit better in the early game here.
Tarn and BK going at it. Lord JK.
Little bit
Lord JK was
surprising to
shook.
me.
Storm's full of health.
Storm doing a pretty good job. Little surprising though, that Iplock is pathing towards that top side. Not necessarily the lane that I'd be looking to get ahead early.
Maybe the thinking is once you do that, you don't have to go back ever again. Maybe, perhaps. I don't know. Both these laners trading aggressively. Terran actually electing to use that flash. The Rupture, of course, would have connected. I just don't know if that really put him into kill threat. BK's playing aggressive. Ooh, BK is going to take a chunk of his health bar. The Lord JK under fire as well. So far, the swap looks like it's working, but BK's fighting back. Both of the top laners have blinking health bars here. And it looks like Cho'Gath got it back. He's got himself a nice wave state, though. I wonder if the Fury's gonna show and try to crash it. No. TP from BKs means probably gonna make it so the Fury doesn't want to give any information. Looks like it's gonna be a trade of Skettles. And really nothing happening early. I say that, but Storm, I'm forced to immediately flash as Eyesight makes his presence felt.
Yeah, Eyesight, not a stranger to that mid lane.
Bottom side of the map, Death Knight did connect with Riley Sauce. Iplock has arrived. Storm gonna find first blood with a nice Q. So the first blood of the series for Digniwashed. Iplock and Storm able to pick that up.
Thus far, every game, the mid laner that's got the early lead has been able to snowball it for the win, but this is a new mid laner this game, so we'll see.
We will have to see. It's gotta feel nice though, as something starts to go your way, as it's pretty much been all Patriots here in this series. Maybe that gives Digniwashed enough momentum, enough confidence to really open up the map. Vi, I believe, was spotted out by a couple wards, so Terran not going to be in danger. Vi going to complete that back. Dragon spawning here in 3 seconds. The Fury on the bottom side of the map, but it would be very ambitious to start this objective up. Iplock, no flash, hasn't back, so no items either. But it looks like the pings are, hey, let's try to sneak this dragon. If Patriots get suspicious, this might be throwing away some gold, but so far, they're none the wiser.
Yeah, they do have the push here on the bot side.
Vi gotta clear those Krugs. Look to make a play on the bottom side of the map. Death Knight gonna flash forward, but the E won't land. The Q from Eyesight will fall. Rogue Gorilla gonna be stunned up. Gonna be exhausted, but a nice cleanse means he's able to walk out to safety. Now Intelligence is under fire. Intelligence forced to pop the barrier. Death Knight on the run. Riley Sauce slowing the Patriots members. And this whole time, Nefiri hitting the dragon, able to secure it. Now Storm is on the bottom side of the map. Does have the level 6 available. Will the tower dive come through? Nefiri has put his sights onto the mid lane. BK is on the top side. Looking to get aggressive. Does have that ultimate available. Can he get the Ornn to the appropriate health? No. Lots of action here in game 3.
Not many kills yet, but not for a lack of trying. Both teams being very aggressive here.
Intelligence gonna try to absorb this wave here. Does have himself a nice CS advantage. Leona got herself a Kindle Gem. Gonna be able to get back here. Make sure Intelligence can farm up the rest of this wave. That roam from Storm, he comes up empty-handed, no kills, so the Lord JK able to even up the CS. And still a very, very close game. But Digniwashed, they're building confidence.
Yeah,
Now look at the vision control for a second. Wards on both buffs for the Patriots. Vi's been tracked pretty much this entire game. That's something to watch, as the vision control was lacking in the first 2 games by Dig.
Yeah, absolutely. I was about to mention that myself. Lots of wards that are red this time. Much different than the first 2 games, and you've seen it. Eyesight has come up just short because the other team knows where he is.
Yep, Terran aware that the Vi is on the top side of the map. Lord JK forced to back as he doesn't have a lot of mana to his name. Back actually stopped now. Nefiri has spotted out multiple members. Death Knight might be sticking his head into a part of the map he should not be. Gonna go for a ride. Gonna connect with that E on a Storm. Storm gonna be stunned up. The Aurelion Soul ultimate will land. A flash forward from Eyesight won't net a kill. Now Terran with the Ornn Horn Gonna knock up 2, but a nice Q from Death Knight saves his jungler's life. BK is not gonna be knocked up by the Orm, will be CC, but a nice 2-man rupture. This fight keeps going. Rogue Gorilla has made his way into the mid lane. Eyesight going to fall. Death Knight and BK's able to walk away, but Digniwashed with a nice win for themselves here. 8 minutes in.
Well, we saw last game they didn't bring their support. Rogue Gorilla not there, and they lost this fight. This time, they get Rogue Gorilla up there to help them, and that was what turned the tide of that fight, having that extra member.
So Digniwash, off the back of that little skirmish, able to pick up the grubs. They picked up the first dragon, so they have a very nice lead here in game 3. Already about 1,000 gold up. Storm might be proving to be the difference they needed here in the mid lane, as he is 1-0. On the bottom side of the map, Intelligence, you know, he's had his fair share of carry games. He has a nice little CS advantage into Riley Sauce. And if we're looking at the comp, the Patriots have drafted one nicely placed bullet time. Could be all that they need. Lord JK getting very aggressive in a Storm. Storm below 50% HP.
Yeah, one of those things with Syndra, once she shoots off her combo, does become very vulnerable.
Already has her first item. Picking up that Hex Tech there. Sorry, not Hex Tech. Ludens.
Yep.
I always want to call it Gunblade. Don't know why.
Old item.
BK is going to be knocked up. He's going to be able to trade aggressively into this Ornn. Looks like it's going to be a Heartsteel Rush for the Cho'Gath. Ornn opting for a more defensive item. Ornn getting aggressive, doesn't quite have the ultimate, about to come off cooldown. BK's, he has to be careful here, doesn't have flash, able to get to safety.
Definitely a different style for BKs in the first 2 games, trying to more neutralize Storm as opposed to hard winning the lane. Obviously with the sub, you would like him to hard win the lane here.
Multiple members are on the bottom side of this map as Dragon going to be spawning. Death Knight, Intelligence have made their way mid. Iplock going to get aggressive, forced to use the Call to Pack to get to safety. A nice 2-man scatter of the week means Intelligence going to try to cover for Death Knight and Eyesight. On the bottom side of the map, Iplock trying to get aggressive in Lord JK. Lord JK won't let him. Death Knight has found a very nice position onto multiple members of the team, but it is a scattered fight. Eyesight is trying to pick off Storm. Storm going to fall, but Nefiri got the kill, make it 2 as she got the reset. Eyesight on the run, gonna be stunned up by Riley Sauce. Eyesight gonna fall. That's a triple kill for this Nefiri, and it came down to a communication issue. Eyesight went for Storm, the rest of his team did not.
Yeah, a little bit mixed on what was happening in that fight. That's where Nefiri's going to shine, when they can go after one after the other without being ganged up on.
On the top side of the map, Terran did fall to BK's in the 1v1. Terran did get a nice TP to stop BK's back, so BK's going to be delayed before he can spend any gold here. For Digniwashed, you got to feel very, very good about your game 3 chances, as this is the most fight we've seen in this series so far from this team.
Right now, about a 1.8 thousand gold lead for Digniwashed.
Now, of course, the Aurelion Soul does scale very well. Cho'Gath scales with that health, but this Nefiri, I was questioning, where it fit into the team comp, but it's now 3-0-2. Shojin already completed. Now Terran on the run. Eyesight's here, but BK is no mana. Not really in danger. Oh, Iplock has the inside track. Eyesight forced out of his jungle. This Nefiri, once she gets ahead, no joke. No response from Eyesight's team, so the goal lead for this pack of wolves only going to continue to grow. Ooh, Eyesight gonna be comboed up by Storm. Eyesight on the run. It block. Forced to use the Claw of the Black from a nice ulti from the Lord JK. Rogue Gorilla takes a couple tower shots, forced to ultimate himself. Nice response there from the Patriots members.
Yeah, meanwhile, the intelligence lead, although it is mostly through CS, just going to grow down here as they did leave him on the bottom side all alone. Going to get some plates.
Already has that Bloodthirster picked up, so in a 1v1 with that Aphelios, will probably come out on top every single time. BK's trying to trade aggressive into Terran, but Iblock is here on the top side of the map. BK's not going to sniff it out. Iblock might be picking up another kill on the bottom side of the map in the mid lane. Apologies. Both mid laners getting aggressive. BK's the nice two-man rupture, but no flash as he had just used it. BK's, is he gonna fall? He will, but he's actually gonna get a return kill. So a 1-for-1 for the Patriots top laner. Eyesight, Death Knight, trying to take this tower, but an ultimate from Riley Sauce will connect. That is one member of the Patriots roster already down. Death Knight probably going to follow. Actually, Death Knight gets a very nice solar flare and able to walk to safety.
Close for the Patriots right here, but meanwhile, Iplock on that top side just free firing on the tier
So
2.
Death Knight gonna be knocked up. Rogue Gorilla gonna give chase. I don't think Milio has enough damage to the tank to really get that kill. But that is Digniwashed picking up their first feats of strength of the series. They pick up that top tower, like you said. They pick up the bot tower. They already have a 4,000 gold lead here, 15 minutes in. And this is the exact response they needed in this elimination match.
Yeah, they had not been very proactive around the map in the first 2 games. Certainly has changed in this game. They're finding angles and finding kills.
Digniwash, how do you secure yourself a game 3 victory? How do you take this gold lead and run away with it? And for the Patriots, how do you respond here?
For the Patriots, you just have to get a little coordinated here. They keep getting caught, so start roaming more together, especially if you're this Aurelion Soul.
BKs might be caught out on side again. Iplock is here. Now, Iplock doesn't have any actual CC, and it actually forces Terran to use the Olin ultimate to try to connect to cancel that teleport, but BK's a nice heads-up play. Cross map play from Eyesight to try to get himself back into this game. Look at the CS difference between the Neferi and the Vi. It's all Iblock here in this elimination match.
Yeah, Iplock way ahead. 4 kills. Almost 50 CS goal, CS lead as well.
Iblock gonna get aggressive. Find very nice damage into the Lord JK. BK's tasked to deal with Terran on the side. Dragon spawning shortly. But Iplock pops that Herald. Lord JK stops his back. Looks like Herald is the play. Iplock gonna ride that one in. Now does have to be careful. The Lord JK has his ultimate. Gonna pop out of the Rift Herald to safety. Storm gonna find a nice scatter of the weak. Lord JK down to about a quarter of his HP. The pressure is on from Digniwash here in the mid lane. Dragon has spawned, but they got their sights set on this mid lane tower. But JK gets right back onto the map with that TP in mid. Dragon going to be started up by Digniwashed.
After not getting any in the first 2 games, they have both.
Lord JK takes a big chunk of his health from a nice combo from Storm. TP out from Terran. That's all she wrote. That's going to be soul point secured by Digniwashed. Mid lane tower should fall as well. Terran going to use the ultimate. The Lord JK found himself between a rock and a hard place. A nice flash will not matter, as Terran going to be able to pick that one up with a Q. Now, the Patriots do find a tower in the top lane. BK is going to be able to secure that one. But he's probably not going to be able to get his back off. Terran giving chase. Aphelios, Milio going to look to get aggressive as well. Iplock going to be knocked up, but BK is going to be taken out.
Yeah, just no chance there for BKs, unfortunately. Got a little too deep and just collapsed upon when they saw that where he was.
Digniwashed have a 4,000 gold lead here in this one, 19 minutes in. Intelligence on this misfortune yet to die, but it's so hard for MF to really take this gold lead she's acquired for herself and utilize it. I mean, the mobility, the potential to stop the MF ultimate with that Ornhorn, it's quickly getting to the point where the Patriots, they have to fight back. Otherwise, they're just not going to be able to at a certain point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, when you think of Misfortune and a Leona combo, you think of big team fights, this Wombo combo, 5v5, and Patriots just have not found that. It's been all skirmishing so far.
Storm finds a nice scout of the week. BK's is a very tanky Terran. Going to be forced to use the Ornhorn, a flash ultimate for BK, is able to chomp down on some goat meat. Now Death Knight going to flash forward, use that ultimate, force the flash out of Storm. Scout of the week going to buy himself and his Milio some time. So at the end of the day, that's a tier 2 gained by Digniwashed in exchange for Terran's life.
Not a bad trade there. No bounty on Terran. If it was Iplock or Riley Sauce, that might hurt a little bit more.
Plenty of fight shown by the Patriots in games 1 and 2. Haven't been able to connect on what they're trying to do with their composition they have drafted in game 3. This game quickly spiraling out of hand for them. Digniwash, a very nice bounce back performance here. This is an elimination match. Through the rest of the series, they have to either win out or one loss means they're going home.
Yeah, a lot of pressure.
Uh-oh, BK's to be caught out by multiple members of the Digniwash squad. Now Intelligence has arrived. Could look to use an ultimate here. Eyesight goes on a run. Ultimate already used. Lord JK has the big ultimate available, but no more fighting for this Patriots squad. The Lord JK has to be careful. Storm waiting in the wings. Iplock getting very aggressive. BK is already below 50% HP. So I'm going to find the scatter of the week onto Lower JK. Lower JK going to be taken out, but he gets the ultimate off in response. Intelligence going to be pop the ultimate. Iplock force the flash. Going to E over the wall. Patriots on the run. A 3-man ultimate or knockup by Terran means 3 men go down. Intelligence just not able to do anything on this misfortune pick. And I'm pretty confident here, Husky. Game 3, barring some miraculous comeback from the Patriots, is going Digniwashed's way.
We'll call that the caster curse, and let's move on to game 4.
Digniwash fighting back. Iplock on this Nefuri. Very scary. 4-0 and 7. But this is the Digniwash roster we're used to seeing. This is the confidence we're used to seeing them play with. Now they got to finish out this game. They have a massive gold lead. Already 7,500 here. 22.5 minutes in. Their soul is spawning in 10 seconds. And I feel like once they get that, it's just ending the game is formality.
Yeah, it's really been a tale of mid-jungle every single game in this series. Whichever combo has gotten going and ahead, that team has just been able to snowball and win so far. And in this game, that's going to be Digniwashed.
Not a lot of responses for this composition by the Patriots. If they could have kept the game even, would have been a little bit easier to play, but This is just a massive gold deficit at this point. The Lord JK trying to put damage into Terran. Terran really not going to feel anything. Terran going to find a nice Ornhorn onto the Lord JK. The Lord JK on the run does have flash. Scatter of the Weak will not connect. Ultimate used by the Lord JK just to ensure his safety. Now BK's on the top side. Going to be able to pick up a tier 2 potentially, but that's jump change compared to the gold Digniwashed is working with. Ornaments already coming out. Riley Sauce has himself that upgraded Infinity Edge. And this is just a front to back that the Patriots can't really contend with it at this point. They got to find a pick, but Digniwashed moving as a squad, making it nearly impossible. They're playing smart, playing safe. They've secured themselves Soul. Looks like they're just going to play slow until Baron spawns in 30 seconds. They either force a fight there, or the Patriots opt not to fight over that objective. They'll just have a Baron that they can use to put probably game-ending pressure on.
Yeah, very difficult, this Ornn. Almost impossible to kill in these team fights.
Terran subbing in, doing the dirty work, being tasked to play the Ornn, allowing Iplock and Storm to thrive as a mid-jungle duo. Probably going to be able to pick up a victory here. Baron has spawned. When does Digniwashed pull the trigger? It looks like now. Iplock pings. He begins to take. It's do or die for Patriots here.
Yeah, with BK's not here, I think it's just going to try to be maybe an eyesight. Try to seal,
Scatter of the
but
Weak, gonna find out eyesight. Eyesight flashes, but it was too late. Storm one-shots the jungler for the Patriots, ensuring that this Baron goes Digniwashd's way.
BK is another tier 2. Lots of gold going to be on the Cho'Gath. I don't think it's going to matter here, though.
Yeah, this is a Digniwashed team that has the Hextech Soul, that has the Baron buff. All that's left for them to take is the base of the Patriots. Now, the Patriots can turtle rather well. They have the Leon ultimate. They have the Aurelion Soul ultimate. They can look to try to make something happen underneath their towers, but Digniwashed not really giving them that opportunity. Terran going to stun up the Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath going to fight into Terran. Terran forced to flash. Now Iplock has arrived. The Death Knight ultimate will not land, but a nice two-man rupture will. Storm going to be turned on by Vi, and Vi just as quickly going to be taken out. Now the chase is on. Iplock going to use that ultimate. Death Knight not going to be able to find Iplock. Iplock going to be taken low. Actually might be taken out. No, Iplock going to be able to survive. The Ornn was shut down. All the while, Riley Sauce in the mid lane threatening the end. Tier 2 on the bot lane will fall. They've got themselves the mid lane inhibitor. Iplock able to survive. 2 members of the Patriots down. The base has been cracked. It's probably going to be the second inhibitor as well.
That was kind of the fight the Patriots needed this entire time. Unfortunately, it's the first time they found that big team fight where those massive AoE abilities can really thrive, and by the time it happened, it's kind of a wallet diff.
It's definitely a wallet diff here as the Patriots are 9,000 gold in the hole. Eyesight Level 13 compared to Itblock's level 16. And I have to say, I feel like the early game vision was the difference. Eyesight tried to play aggressive like he did in game 2, but the plays weren't there because Digniwashed was just tracking him so well, wasn't allowing him to do what he wanted. Storm with one ultimate, gonna take Eyesight off the map once again. And with Eyesight down for the next 40 seconds, will that be enough time for Digniwashed to pick up this game 3 victory? Or JK has the upgraded ultimate. BK is gonna find a rupture on his Storm, but a scatter of the week from the Lord JK means no follow-up will come through. Storm gonna be taken out by a Riley Sauce before this Aurelian Soul can even use the ultimate. Itblock gonna chase it into Intelligence. Intelligence forced to flash, forced to use the barrier. Itblock does go down. Shutdown goes into BK's. But the fight will go Dignawashed's way. After struggling 2 games into this series, they come roaring back with a convincing Game 3 victory, forcing a Game 4 here in this best of 5 series.
Not a very close game there either. Dignawashed, we thought that they might play scared with everything on the line. Might be a little worried that their season's about to end. Absolutely not. They proved why they're the #1 seed right here. Came out, played very strong. We saw Iplock and Storm. Those are their 2 marquee players on this team. And they were the 2 that were able to carry them to the first win of the series.
Terran subbed in, Caden subbed out, Terran goes top, Storm goes mid. Storm, a tremendous amount of damage on that Syndra. Patriots, they had no answer in game 3. Game 4 going to come through. Now, it's still an elimination match for Digniwashed. They are the ones playing with the pressure. Patriots have a game to give, but I feel like if they let Digniwashed come back and force a game 5, Dig's going to have all the momentum with the reverse sweep in their sights. The Patriots might be feeling a little bit of heat after that one. We'll have to see what they cook up in game 4, our first 4th game here in Rivals League. And if you thought the last game had a lot of bans, just wait until you see the draft here for game 4.
Yeah, lots and lots of champions off the table. We mentioned it earlier that might favor the roster change that happened for Dignawashed here. Certainly when those bans were made earlier in the series, it was with an idea of a certain person playing mid, a certain person playing top. That is no longer the case. So champs that may have been banned if they knew where everyone was playing might still be available here.
This will be the first game of the series that the Patriots have side selection. After 2 games in a row of blue side, do you expect them to take back red like they had in game 1, or do you feel like blue side becomes more valuable the later this series goes?
I think blue side does become more valuable the later this goes, but at the same time, I think that especially given that if, let's just say, Digniwashed is going to play the same people in the same positions they did last game, um, you're going to probably want to try to really punish top lane and the substitute playing on the top lane. So getting that counter pick for BKs could be fairly huge for them. Before, when he was playing into Storm, he wasn't really trying to win late as much as, just basically make sure that Storm wasn't winning lane and absorb that pressure. So not as important for red side. I can see the argument for either, but if I was Patriots right here, I am probably taking red side to give BKs a good lane where he can possibly take over and win you the game.
Let's see how both of these teams approach this game 4. Just a reminder, the first 2 games went the Patriots' way. Digniwashed come roaring back in game 3 to force this game 4. It is once again an elimination game for Dig. Patriots, though, probably want to close this series out before it gets out of hand. We'll have to see which side they ultimately select here in game 4.
Yeah, I don't think that you want it to go to game 5. If you're Patriots here, you want to, one game, no big deal. We still have 2. We're still in control. But if you lose 2 in a row, all of a sudden start feeling that pressure. You start wondering in the back of your head about that game 5, and you don't want to put yourself in that situation. So I'm sure Patriots would just like to end it right here. Although our viewers might like a game 5.
Patriots going to elect for blue side here in game 4. Interesting choice. I was thinking maybe they go red just to make sure that the Lord Shake gets a favorable matchup, but maybe they have a draft in mind here for this 4th game. We will have to see. Husky, it's been a fun one. We've seen a little bit of everything. Substitutions, Patriots taking a 2-0 series lead, much to the surprise of many of us. All
Yeah.
this series needs is a reverse sweep, and we'll pretty much seen everything.
uh, it has been a pretty good series overall. I would say individually, game 1 was pretty close, but games 2 and 3 kind of a stomp, just in opposite directions. So hopefully we can get another game more along the lines of game 1. I'd like to see another close game as opposed to something that's kind of put away at the 15-minute mark. Let's get a nice, good, long 40-minute banger here.
And then force that game 5. We're going to 1 o'clock, baby.
I'm here
And we
for
will
it.
have
Let's
to
go.
see. It'd be fun for sure. Patriots on blue side once again. Digniwashed on red. And a whole slew of champions band away. As you can see on your screen, every champion presented is a champion unavailable here.
That is a
Which,
whole lot of champions.
if you're keeping track, if you want the numerical amount, I believe it is 46 champions band away. So both of these teams going to have to go deep into their pools here in game 4.
Yeah, that's a lot right there. Luckily, Riot has made a ton of champs, so there's still a ton available. Imagine back in the day when you first started playing, if there was that many champs off the table.
I don't think you could play. Right?
Yeah, there might be 10 left at that point, but barely. Definitely a lot more champions now, so gives you a little bit more ability to play a real comp. However, when people like playing comfort picks, and once you get a little far in, at this point, these guys are probably on their 5th or 6th best champion, maybe 7th or 8th, depending on which position you're playing. So definitely going to have to reach deep in the bag for game 4.
Game 4 draft is underway. No bans once again. There are 46 champions already off the board. Patriots electing for blue side, so we will have to see what they were
They,
cooking up.
Yeah, they've been slamming ADC and jungle most of the season here. When they're on blue side, I would expect that to stay the same here.
B1 on the clock. I don't know how many ADC champions have been taken off, but Senna, a champion that had its limelight last patch, did get a little bit nerfed here in patch 2512, but should still be pretty potent in a comp that is built around her.
Fun fact, Senna is my actual favorite champion to play in League of Legends.
Interesting.
Just don't get a chance to play it very often, as it's not often viable in the ADC role.
We're gonna take a big stretch, settle in, because we might get going 5 games. Digniwashed gonna respond with a Jinx pick and a blind Aatrox locked by Dig. Interesting choice to go with the solo lane here early.
Yeah, I asked for a 40-minute banger. Definitely some scaling champions selected that both these teams want to make that happen for me.
Aatrox, not one of those scaling champions, but a very strong champion in the early game. A pro player favorite. Nautilus gonna be locked in. A lot of Nautilus counters have been banned or picked away, right? Emilio off the board. Braum off the board. Um, the Renata Glass still is available. Maybe that's something that Rogue Gorilla opts to run. And Anivia gonna be picked up by the Patriots. Favorite of the Lord JKs.
Still some favorite picks out here for guys. Everyone to pick up right here.
They can go mid here. They can go bot, and it looks like Janna, which we saw a couple of times last week, gonna be locked in for Digniwashed, playing that scaling game, trying to keep the Jinx alive.
Yeah, the could be a little rough early. You have to play a little safe. Certainly later on in team fights, very effective at protecting that Jinx, especially you could get a nice ultimate off as Janna, really change the tide of an entire team fight.
Interesting. We wait for the R4 pick. Let's look at how these drafts are stacking up. Nautilus doesn't really have a go in, buddy. But Patriots can play very slow. Look to pick and choose when they engage. Digniwashed, on the other hand, kind of the same thing, right? Aatrox, kind of the only aggressive champion pick for them so far. Otherwise, they're hoping that the Patriots play into their hands.
Yeah, still jungle and a solo lane for both teams, so certainly the ability to get some champions that go in on either side.
Some champions still available, but a ton off the board as well. If game 5 comes through, these 80 carries, it might be a slim pickings for them. Nocturne going to be locked in for Digniwashed and Iplock. Interesting choice. Trying to get aggressive
Big
onto the Senna, onto the Nivea.
Digniwash, you know, leaning heavily AD once again. I did this before. It did not work out for them in game 2.
It's interesting. Aatrox was picked so early, and we're just going to see the Shen come out in the last 2 picks. The Nivea picked early, but Dig still electing to give Storm, presumably Storm, R5 on mid. What does Eyesight play here? A lot of his favorites taken off. It's actually going to be Malphite top, and that's a River Shen locked in for Eyesight here in the 4th game of this series. A spicy picked up.
Yeah, Malphite also goes pretty hard into this comp right here. 3 ADs right now and an enchanter. Able to stack armor and basically live forever. But, you know, here comes the AP damage that you needed.
Okay. So Mordekaiser going to come through. It's either going to be Mordekaiser or Aatrox mid, and I don't think either one of them have a very fun time into that Anivia. Now, the Malphite, of course, wants to play into the Aatrox. The Mord going to be a nice counter, so we'll have to see if some lane swap shenanigans happen to make sure that Malphite gets a favorable matchup. But looking at these two comps that both of these teams have picked, this is 4 games in, 46 champions off the board. What do we like in? What do we not like in? And ultimately, who do we think is winning here in game 4?
Yeah, I do like the Malphite pick late when they're showing all AD. I think the Mordekaiser is a pretty good pick here as well to counter that. Nocturne should be to try to jump on the Anivia or Senna, but you know, you have the Shen, you have the Nautilus that can stay back and peel. So, yeah, oh geez. I don't know who's going to win this one.
Seems like a toss-up the way that this series has been going. Ultimately, I think it's going to come down to who can let their AD carry scale better. Both of these teams have aggressive options. You can get aggressive with the Malphite. You can get aggressive with the Shen and the Nautilus. You can get aggressive with the Aatrox and Nocturne. But at the end of the day, it might just come down to, can Riley Sauce or Intelligence carry a late game team fight better? Last time we saw Intelligence pick up this Senna, he did go off. It was like 11-0, I think, or something crazy like that. He's going to hope to replicate that here in a potential series clinching match. Digniwashed down 2-1, backs against the wall, forcing a game 4, aiming for a reverse sweep. The Patriots looking to close this series out and make a surprise finals appearance. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we are back, we're onto the Rift for game 4. Stay tuned. Game 4 is upon us. The first two went the Patriots' way. The third one was all Digniwashed, and now the Lord JK gonna spot out all 5 members of Dig. Dig trying to get aggressive here in Game 4. And it looks like they're just gonna be able to walk in and get the vision that they wanted. Pink's coming out by Patriots in response on the bot side of that map. For those of you just tuning in, this is a do or die game for Digniwashed as the Patriots picked up the first 2 victories of this best of 5 series. Champ pools are low, and energy might be even lower. It is a late one. It is a long one. We just get to watch this game get played. What's it like for a player here in a game 4?
Yeah, I've been in a couple 5-game bangers before, championship games, and I didn't feel it during the game. You got the adrenaline going. You're feeling pretty good. You definitely feel it after the game, though. So we will see. A win will make everything feel better.
That's true. Whoever comes out victorious will be feeling very good as they will be punching a ticket to Rivals League Finals, hosted in your mother's basement. Storm going to be tasked with playing mid lane Aatrox. Can't imagine it's very fun into the Nivea early. Gonna have to look for Iblock for some extracurriculars here. Rogue Gorilla going to be chunked a tad low. BK's on the run. Already takes about half of his health. Ooh, Death Knight with a nice engage on to Rogue Gorilla. Rogue Gorilla gonna look to flash. Auto's coming through. Oh, Riley Sauce using the ghost, using that flash, predicting Eyesight's flash. So all 4 summoner spells gonna be used by Dig. Death Knight still has that flash available. Kid look to get aggressive.
And with eyesight showing on the bot side of the map, Iplock immediately with the invade on the top side.
Yeah, Shen gonna get there in time to probably contest Gromp or Wolves, but the blue has been secured. Lord JK gonna have to use flash here, and does Iblock get a little bit more damage into the mid laner of the Patriots on the top side of the map. BKs and Terran going at it much like they did in game 3. This time around though, it's not an even fight as Mordekaiser are gonna be heavily favored here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Patriots try to make a switch sometime. Get that Malphite up against the Aatrox.
Storm somehow gets the shove down into the mid lane on the bottom side of the map. Intelligence and Death Knight in a very nice position. No summoner spells on the bottom lane of Dig. Nice little combo coming out by the Lord JK. Shen on the top side of the map. Gonna be spotted out potentially here. Bottom side, Nocturne clearing out his jungle. I wonder if he tries to sneak the dragon once again. Neither of these junglers have backed so far. Rogue Gorilla going to be rooted up. Death Knight has the Q. It will land. The root will come through despite the Jinx traps. That is first blood for Intelligent. Wow. It's been a long series, folks. First blood for Intelligence and Death Knight there in the 2v2.
Yeah, good job with the center root followed by the Nautilus Q. Just a good combo there, especially with the flash already being burned on the earlier gank from Eyesight.
Ace has a nice little CS lead despite getting counterpicked by Terran and that Mordekaiser. Shen down about 3 camps. Level 6 going to be secured by Iblock well in advance of that Shen ultimate. Storm yet to back here. about 50% HP. Dragon has spawn, but neither team really in an advantageous position to start that one up.
You look
Maybe
at the
that
map
will
grid,
change.
there is more wards for the Digniwashed side, along the river at least.
Oh, Gorilla gonna help his mid laner get that mid lane shove. Gonna be able to let Storm back. Maybe that will be what this team needs to start up Dragon. Summoner spell is gonna be coming off cooldown relatively shortly here for Riley Sauce and Rogue Gorilla. Riley Sauce gonna have access to that ghost. Rogue gonna have that heal, it block, helping his bottom lane shove. I don't know if they see Eyesight waiting in the wings. Eyesight shows face. Chaps come forward from the Jinx. Caution pings in the river. They did not have Vision of the Lord JK, so despite getting the help from their jungler to shove in bot lane, Digniwashed not going to start this dragon up quite yet. Lord JK finding some nice damage into Storm. Terran has that level 6. Do we see the Death Realm come out? Nope. Neither team wants to be put at a disadvantageous position here. And it's the slowest game we've had so far through 4.
Yeah, as we move further along in the series, people are going to be playing on champs they may not be the most comfortable on.
Death Realm popped BK's ults in response. Gonna try to wait out that cooldown. Uses the flash to Q from Terran. Not gonna be quite enough damage. Itblock was looking to try to get the ultimate. Vision Cone does hit BK's, but this Nocturne just out of range. Storm gonna use the ultimate to try to chase down the rock that is Malphite. But just
Little
like our
over
good
ambitious.
Lord said, if you build upon the rock, you will not fall.
Yeah, I don't think you were coming up with that one in game 1.
Nope. It's been a long series. Been a long series. Itblock with the aggression from Terran to be able to pick up their second blue buff in enemy jungle. Finally got a shove, and I don't think I don't think the Patriots are gonna be able to start up this dragon quite yet. Lord JK and Storm trading the wall from the Lord JK, not quite where he wanted it to go.
Iplock is going to be starting grubs on the top side. Should mean that Dragon is free on the bot.
Ooh, a little spicy there. Riley Sauce with a nice ult, almost went Dig's way. But in the end, neutrals are traded. Is that better for one team or another?
With the way that this game is going and the scaling, I think I would probably rather be scaling dragons here.
Hitblock forces the flash out of the Lord JK. Now, I was curious if the Lord JK would just hold the flash and allow Shen to potentially get aggressive, but will not happen. Terran gonna find a nice pullback into BK's. BK's gonna trade. Terran below 50% HP. Lord JK gonna be knocked up and combo. Does not have the flash, only has the egg. Now the Shen ult will come through. Shen not gonna find the taunt onto Storm, so Storm gonna be able to stick around here. But the Lord JK will live. "10 minutes in, only 1 kill. Storm gonna stop the back. The Lord JK. Okay, I will say this: the Lord JK has probably got about 18,000 back stopped in mid. It's a problem. He's just gotta fall back a little bit further to his tower.
Yeah. Now, A lot of AD on the side of Digniwashed, but Mordekaiser's certainly an AP champ, and yet this Malphite did build Ninja Tabbies. So, good possibly for the team, but not going to help him in lane.
You know, despite being counterpicked, BK's up quite a bit of farm. Actually has himself 200 gold lead. You look across the rest of the champions here. It's Iplock that has about a 700 gold lead, despite his team being down. The majority of that is the 1,000 gold that Senna has been able to acquire over Riley Sauce, as evidenced by that big CS gap.
Yeah, thus far, it has been a tale of the mid lane in this series, but Game 4, mid lane is the most even of all the lanes here.
I like the build from the Lord JK. Could play for that Roa. Could offer plenty of beefiness into the potential dive. Roger looking to be stunned up. It's all a bait though, as Iblock has found his way into the bottom side of the map. A nice ultimate and flash from the Death Knight though. Gonna be able to potentially get both him and his support out of danger. The Jinx ult gonna split the difference. If we're playing football, that's 3 points, but this is Summoner's Rift, baby. No kills come through. Now Storm getting aggressive on the bottom side of the map onto Eyesight Scruggs, forcing the TP out of Lord JK, and the Lord JK might be TPing into danger. The Q will knock up from Rogue Gorilla. But in the end, everybody pressing their buttons, and the kills remain 1-0.
Whole lot of nothing right now. And I mean, it makes sense. You have the Anivia, you have the Senna, both scaling. You have the Jinx on the other side, also going to be looking to scale. And then Game 4, you know, you don't want to make a mistake that costs your team in the playoffs here.
Baron's actually down a level here. Gonna play aggressively into this Malphite. BKs hits him with the Q. Gonna run away. Lord JK gonna be knocked up by Storm. Lord JK does not have flash, but does have that ultimate. Can buy himself enough space to get to safety. Death Knight has roamed mid. Storm unaware. Death Knight gonna get aggressive here. Storm pops the ultimate, but a nice stall from the Lord JK means the Storm cannot find safety. And that's another kill for the Patriots here. Been a very slow game. This time, Eyesight the beneficiary.
Yeah, nice layer right there of CC.
Death Knight gonna get aggressive once again. Rogue Gorilla gonna be rooted up. Now, an ultimate from Iplock means that he's gonna be able to join the fray. Death Knight gonna use the ultimate. Eyesight gonna ult intelligence. Iplock gonna get aggressive into Death Knight. Death Knight gonna go down. Iplock flashing away. Actually gonna get out to safety. Riley Sauce is excited. Riley Sauce smells blood. They pick up 2 kills and they set their sights on Dragon.
Looked like it was going to be pretty close, and then Storm TPs in, turns the tide in the favor of Digniwashed.
Storm living up to his name, the Eye of the Hurricane. Oh, got a bunch of dad jokes on the way if the series goes any later. So I want to watch this one on mute, folks.
They need our wonderful insight.
Digniwashed about 1,000 gold up here. Majority of that gonna be the gold on Iplock. 0-0 and 2 has the experimental hex play finished. They even up the dragons. Pings by both teams around this Rift Herald. Lord JK doesn't have TP available though. Terran does. So Digniwashed might be playing with a numbers advantage. Eyesight looks like he's taking the Herald. BK's Dealing with Storm on side. It block to be spotted out by a ward. Or JK playing very aggressively. Intelligence gonna find the root onto the Jinx. No follow-up from the Patriots yet. It block has that ultimate available. Waiting for the opportune time. Or JK with a nice sidestep. But Terran has the ultimate. Or no, sorry. Does not have the ultimate. OJK is kind of playing with fire though. It's going to be coming off cooldown shortly. It block, gonna get aggressive. Intelligence pops the ghost. No flash available. Rogorilla gonna be rooted up. The ultimate from Jinx gonna come down, but it will not connect. Now Storm is here, gonna flash forward, but not find the Q. Intelligence gonna be taken low, but not taken out. And once again, Digniwashed gets aggressive, but comes up short. However, they might be able to find themselves a Rift Herald here. Well, I say that, but Iflak's on the bottom side of the map, so probably not.
Yeah, no one willing to pull the trigger right now. Both of these teams kind of evenly matched. Not a lot of kill pressure anywhere at the moment, so don't want to get caught out and make a bad play.
Digniwashed want to force Silver Scrapes. Of course, the Patriots want to get this series done and over with. Finals, one victory away for them. Terran waiting in the wings of this mid lane. It looks like Rift Herald has been started by Eyesight. Death Knight not going to be able to connect with that Q. On the top side of the map, Storm and BK's basically just button heads. The BK's plenty of armor. Storm did get him low though, so Rift Herald will fall. Oh, Eyesight didn't pick up the eye. His taunt's going to be interrupted by Storm. Iplock going to be able to ultimate in. BK is forced to ult out. So the Rift Herald was secured by the Patriots, but the eye of the Herald was not.
Yeah, they got the gold,
Ooh. Right? Iplock might be getting a little bit more aggressive than he bargained for. Iplock forced away by the Lord JK. Iplock on the run, slows from intelligence means they're going to be able to pick up a shutdown. This Senna now 2-0 with a sizable farm lead as well. The gold lead, on the other hand, still in favor of Digniwashed.
Senna, not a lot of damage right now, but as you stack those souls, she starts to hit pretty hard, especially from pretty far away.
Storm playing very aggressive into this Malphite. Malphite gonna be forced to back, does have that TP available. Wouldn't be surprised if Storm tries to stop the back. Instead, Malphite to be able to TP right back onto the map. I don't know though. Yeah, he's gonna hold it because Dragon's coming up and that tower is going down regardless. Look at the vision advantage on the top side of the map for Digniwashed. Crazy stuff that we're seeing. An emphasis since that second game loss. It's been paying dividends. Eyesight not able to make a lot of his early game action work. It did help his bot lane secure an advantage though. Iflock has to be careful. Intelligence all in the mid lane does have to be careful as well. Scuttle gonna go down in favor of the Patriots. Iflock forced to flash away as Death Knight had him in his sights. Storm hanging around. This would be the second Drake for both of these teams. TP out from Terran, but Iplock already below 50% HP. Storm trying to get aggressive, not able to get the flank off. BK is gonna find one ultimate or one member ultimate. Death Knight on the run. Eyesight with a nice 3-man taunt. Terran gonna be in the fray. Eyesight might be biting off more than he could chew. Death Knight has fallen. Eyesight could be quick to follow. And just not enough damage for the Patriots roster here in the middle game. It's a 1-item Senna. It's a 1-item Anivia. The team that has the Mord and Aatrox prevails. And now Otacon's on the table.
Yeah, both the Anivia and the Senna landing abilities over and over and over again, but just doesn't really do anything this early.
They pick themselves up a teamfight win. They pick themselves up a dragon. And on top of that, they get the Otacon here. Digniwashed go up about 3,000 gold. And they take the first sizable lead here in Game 4. We cross the 21-minute threshold. The kills are close. Intelligence on this Senna is 2-0. Has a nice CS lead. Lord JK gonna be immediately traded on by Storm. Storm uses the flash, uses the ultimate, forcing the flash out of Anivia.
Flash for flash, not too bad. Anivia still has the egg to save her if she needs it.
I feel like Lord JK has made a mistake. The egg pops, and on the top side of the map, the chain CC from the tanky bunch means Taran under fire. Terran going to go down once this Death Realm dissipates. On the top side of the map, on the mid lane, Intelligence left to his own devices will fall. Iplock able to get that ultimate off, and on the bottom lane, it wasn't much of a fight. An egg versus an angry Aatrox. Aatrox comes out victorious.
Yeah, little questionable there on the map from the side of the Patriots. Both of the squishy carries were left alone, and the 3 tanks all group up together to get a kill top lane.
They take tier 1, they take tier 2 in both mid and bottom lane. They take over this red quadrant for the Patriots. Digniwashed trying to force a game 5 here in their semifinals match with the Patriots. They have about a 5,000 gold lead. Baron gonna be spawning in 2 minutes. Dragon in 2.5. I feel like unless they get a pick, they're playing for Dragon, right?
Yeah.
Iplock gets very aggressive at the 3 members of the Patriots. Senna ult's gonna fall over the top of the 3-man from Dig. Death Knight gonna flash forward, make sure Iplock cannot get out. Iplock will fall. Storm TPs to his death. Storm gonna be taken out as well. Death Knight gonna find the Q onto Riley Sauce. This is not what the Digniwashed squad wanted to do. They got the gold lead and they immediately dropped 3. The Patriots gonna be able to pick up this tier 1. Malphite gonna be able to walk and deal with Terran on the top side of the map. If they can pick up the second tier, they might be able to even up the gold.
And that's kind of what the Patriots are looking for with this team comp, that front to back, protect the Senna, protect the Anivia. Earlier in the game, they weren't protecting those 2 carries, and it wasn't working out for them, but when you
aggressive by Iplock. I just feel like that
yeah.
was just, I mean, I don't think he realized how many people were there.
He has not been shy with those Nocturne ultimates.
Mr. Producer, we got a little bit of a problem. There we go. We're back online, folks. Patriots bring the gold deficit to about 1,000. Iplock and Riley Sauce have started the Baron, and the Patriots have no idea that this objective is going down. Now, Patriots have camped out around this dragon, so dragon should go their way, but this is a uncontested Baron. Maybe the Patriots smell something fishy. Pings start to come out on this Baron. Now the question is, can Digniwashed finish in time? They will be spotted out. The ultimate from Senna going to bring Iplock down to below a quarter HP. Storm going to go on the run, but with this Baron buff, Nivea going to be tasked to stop the push. But now Aatrox forced to use the ultimate. Death Knight going to find Storm. The Q will connect. Death Knight going to find the root as well. Exhaust comes through. Eyesight going to collapse. The Avengers have arrived. Storm falls, and there's no tier 2 on the bottom lane to take. Tier 3 not going to be under fire.
So we got a little bit of a trade there. The Baron for a dragon and a kill.
Going to feel very nice for Digniwashed, though, is if anything, it just ensures this Jinx can continue to farm. Riley Sauce has even the CS deficit that Intelligence had over them in the early game. Now Intelligence still about 1,000 gold up. Knocking on their third item. Anivia almost at their third item. And this is a Patriots comp that is scaling very well. Digniwashed gotta have to feel the pressure here. As once, 3, 4, even 5 items come through for the Anivia and the Senna, it's going to be very hard for Iplock and Storm to execute what they need to do to close out this game.
Yeah, Senna, one of those champs that just kind of scales infinitely with those souls.
Speaking of souls, let's get a Senna soul check. Got 74. So not great, not horrible. Well, she gets like the 120 mark. That's when it's going to be an issue.
I think 120. Is it 120 or 125 that the is the big difference? It's right around there though.
Kings coming out. I think they're talking about Senna potentially scaling. Senna has gotten 3 items. Nivea just about 3 items. This Aatrox already has 3 items completed. Jinx just purchased her 3rd.
Kind of in that mid-game lull here in between objectives being up.
Yeah, I was trying to keep track of what Digniwashed was able to secure with this Baron, and I don't think they've been able to get anything. They already had both tier 2s secured in the mid and the bottom lane. Maybe they got tier 2 in top, and I was just unaware, but not able to bust open the game like they would have liked with that Baron buff.
Now Digniwashed is roaming together, getting some deep vision here.
Death Knight saw the ward come out. He's going to be CC'd by Storm. Now, Death Knight pops the ultimate. Shen uses his as well. A flash! Iplock is down! What a decisive play from BKs.
Yeah, that was the wombo combo you thought of when you drafted this comp right there.
The Patriots set their sights on to the inhibitor turret of mid lane. They don't have a wave though. Digniwashed has the wave in the bottom lane. BK's going to TP to try to absorb pressure here. No way this game 4 comes down to a base race. BK is tasked to try to absorb this wave. He's clearing it as best he can. In the mid lane, Patriots didn't have a wave, but now BK's can give chase. Members of the Patriots are trying to collapse. BK is trying to play as slow as possible. Terran has the ultimate. Storm's ultimate going to be coming off a cooldown shortly. BK finds a nice two-man ultimate of his own. Intelligence, Eyesight have arrived. Iplock pops the ultimate, but he's nowhere near the fight. BK is going to be taken low, but not taken out. Eyesight goes on a killing spree. Patriots continuing to give chase. Storm going to be rooted up. But with the rest of the Digniwashed roster arriving, now it's the Patriots on the one. Lord JK forced to flash away. A nice wall cuts off Iplock from the rest of his team. Storm going to try to get aggressive, but he's fighting in the Anivia ultimate. Intelligence able to flash away. He's autoing and autoing, but Jinx is excited. Anivia falls. Wow.
Yeah, the Senna scaling, the Anivia scaling, but on the other side, once that Jinx gets excited, if you don't get on top of her, it's not going to be a winning team fight for you.
Storm, off the back of that team fight win, gonna start up soul point for Digniwashed. BK is gonna be able to spot this one out. Storm gonna get aggressive, make sure that BKs can't look for a steal, but Intelligence is here. They have full vision of this. And it's actually the red team that is able to secure BKs, uses the ultimate to try to find the steal, and will pay for it with his life. Eyesight gonna find the Shen ult. Can BKs get out? He does. Eyesight now on the run. And I think it's just a trade as Storm eventually gonna find Malphite. Eyesight goes down, and now what was a one-man steal mission turns into 2 deaths, and that's going to be a free Baron for Digniwashed.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that that was a good steal. Anyways, it wasn't Soul Point, it wasn't Elder. It was just the third dragon for either team, not really worth throwing your life away for 32 minutes into this game.
Baron going to go down uncontested. The gold lead, almost 6,000 in Digniwashed's favor. Now, Anivia and Senna are still scaling. But with a second Baron, can Digniwashed crack open the base and force a game 5?
Jinx now with 4 completed items is going to start to become a very big problem if Patriots are unable to kill her quickly.
Death Knight gonna find a nice Q away from danger. Anivia is here to absorb this wave. They do have to be careful as Ziploc has not shied away from being aggressive with that Nocturne ultimate. Now, there is no wave in mid. Storm going to be rooted up, but not quite enough damage between Lord JK and Intelligence to really do anything. Patriots have some pretty nice wave clear. And so Storm going to go top, begin a split push, force the Patriots to make a decision. Do they overload in mid, or they try to catch out the Aatrox? Aatrox getting very aggressive on the top lane wave. Death Knight going to use the ultimate. Storm popped the ult as well. Going to be rooted up by the W from Intelligence. He's going to try to find the trade kill onto the Stena. This stealing from Storm is no joke. Iplock going to use the ultimate onto Anivia. Anivia does not have the passive available. Iplock going to find the kill. BK is going to be taken low, but not out. And instead it is Death Knight. That is a double kill for Riley Sauce. Riley Sauce smells a penta, but the root from Senna means the multiple Patriots members are going to be able to heal up on the fountain, but the Digniwashed siege continues. It's now going to be up to Intelligence, BKs, and Eyesight to hold the line, but Jinx goes excited once more. Storm going to go down, but it will not matter as we're going to game 5, folks. Cue Silver Scrapes.
Ooh. Well, in our first 5-game series in the history of Rivals League, we are going to go to 5 games. We said
Yeah,
we wanted
it's
a banger. We got one.
we definitely got a banger. It's been a back and forth affair. The first two games go Patriots way. The second two go Diggs. And at this point, it seems like Dig is playing with all of the tempo, the momentum in the world. Uh, I mean, it seems like it's going to be a tough train to stop for the Patriots.
Yeah, they made a roster change after the first 2 games, and it has really turned them around. They took their top lane Storm, put him in mid lane, and brought in a sub to play the top lane, Terran, who has done well in both games. Certainly, not carried either game, but played admirably and played well enough for Dig to win both of the games that he's been in. So that was kind of the turning point for Dig. And if you're the Patriots, you got to try to figure out what to do in this game 5 because you just lost 2 in a row.
Yeah, backs against the wall. Momentum in Digniwashed's favor. The Patriots came out swinging off to a roaring start, have since been halted, and are now backtracking as Digniwashed playing with all the momentum. It's been a fun 4 games, but it comes down to this fifth and final match. Uh, Now we get to talk about champ pools. We get to talk about bands. 56 champions going to be off the board here in game 5. I mean, what are we expecting, or can we just not expect anything at this point? Is it literally uncharted territory for everyone involved?
Yeah, I mean, it is Uncharted. This is the first 5 game series. I don't watch every single league in the amateur scene, but as far as I know, this is the first one that I've seen that does the Fearless plus Iron Man combination. So this really is kind of uncharted territory for the players at this level and in the League of Legends amateur league. So it's going to be interesting. I think at this point, you're just trying to put a comp that kind of makes sense. You're going to pick some champs that your guys have played before and hope that they work together.
Getting the
Honestly,
lobby
I'm
set up now.
I'm just glad I don't have to play in this league right now in a game 5.
You guys are going to have to use the codes. I can't invite anybody. My client is broken.
Oh. All right, let me see if I can get in there and do it. Game 5.
But man, what a match it has been. The undefeated Digniwashed evening up the series, forcing a game 5. Patriots, the number 4 seed, coming off with a hard start. It's been a back and forth affair. We've seen a little bit of everything. We've seen the drama, we've seen the suspense. It all comes down to this.
Yeah, it has been a series. Let's put it that way. Patriots came out swinging. They're the 4 seed. People were not expecting this to go their way. Digniwashed undefeated, number 1 seed coming into this series. So Patriots taking the first 2 games, very surprising. forced Digniwashed to take that roster that was undefeated, make a roster change, bring in a new player. It's worked for them. They have won the next two. And we're sitting looking at game 5, and the question is the number one undefeated team going to stay number one and undefeated, or are we going to have the big upset?
The way that the momentum is going, you gotta feel like Digniwashed is in a prime position to complete the reverse sweep.
Yeah, they've looked good since the roster change. They certainly have changed the style of play that they were playing. They were very reactive in the first two games, not able to set up a lot of plays. Um, Remember, it seems like hours ago at this point it actually was, but we talked about they hadn't got a single dragon. They lost the first 8 dragons of this series. All went the way of the Patriots. They weren't setting up objectives. They weren't setting down vision, and they sat down after that game 2 loss and they made some adjustments. I'm sure, not just only in a player, but also in what they were being told, what they were, going to do in the game, and it has worked for them. They've had vision control most of these last 2 games. They've set up the objectives, they've gotten there first, and they've won both games.
All right, folks, we're moments away from our first ever Rivals League Game 5 draft. Just as a reminder, no more bans, only picks. It comes down to your strategy, your ability to execute on the side you are given. Patriots electing to take red side. Gonna be their first red side game since all the way back in game 1, which was what, 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
So maybe they've forgotten how to play on red. We'll have to see. Um, it's coming down to the wire here, folks. This is do or die for both of these teams. A finals appearance on the line. We'll have to see the winner of RAR and Shinobi on Tuesday. So this isn't even the first or the last series you're treated to this week. There's more action on the way. Gonna be a fun one. And draft is in progress. It's gonna be Digniwashed picking up the Pantheon with their B1. How will the Patriots respond?
Well, it wouldn't be Rivals League without a Pantheon. We didn't have the 2v2, so we didn't get to see it there. Might as well bring it out in the last thing we see, which is going to be game 5.
Do you think it's gonna be a Pantheon Nidalee combo for Dig?
Pantheon Italy.
That'd be that'd be quite the ribbon wrapping, ribbon bow, whatever the saying is for Dig there.
Yeah, they never lost a 2v2 with the Pantheon Italy, so, with everything else off the table, why not?
Caitlyn, some of the last priority ADC picks coming out. Caitlyn going to afford them quite a bit of range. Malzahar locked in on R2. Now, Malzahar had his time in the limelight in pro play about 5-6 years ago at this point, so it's been a while since I've seen him in comp. Of course, the most famous clip of Malzahar is Kadril flash canceling his ult. Hopefully, the Patriots don't experience that if you're a Patriots fan. Smolder going to be locked in for Dig. Smolder, of course, ever present in the pro scene, it seems like, as the series go past 3 games. Well, I'm interested to see how the Smolder deals with the range advantage that Caitlyn presents. It might come down to the support matchup.
Yeah, certainly if you look at just ADCs, you have the lane bully and the scaler as far as they go here.
Seraphine locked. I imagine it's going to be bot lane, but who knows? Maybe
Does make sense.
Seraphine into Malzahar, some tech. Morgana. Okay, Kate Morgana. The poor man's Kate Lux coming through.
Yeah, Black Shield's pretty strong.
Yeah, it could be really good into a Seraphine ultimate. Keep a priority target alive. Of course, Malzahar has his spell shield of his own. As we wait the R4 pick.
Now Pantheon, always a flex pick. Doesn't look like it's going to be support, but could go top, could go mid, could go jungle. So
Yeah,
lots of
plenty of
options
flex.
for Dig.
Really good B1 pick here in game 5. Patriots. Unless this is like Malzahar jungle, which would be a way throwback. They still need to pick their jungler up. They still need to pick their top laner up.
I think Morgana jungle would be more likely than Malzahar, but probably neither going to be happening here.
R4 coming through. Who's it going to be? I imagine it's going to be a jungler locked for eyesight. I just don't know who. It's going to be the Trundle, which actually has risen in pro play priority. Is a very good pick into the Pantheon. That pillar, a nuisance for that champion. Very nice pickup by the Patriots.
Also could be flex to the top side depending on the matchup here.
I want to see something spicy. Malzahar's okay, I guess. And it is the Nidalee coming through. The Nidalee Pantheon undefeated for Digniwashed in the 2v2 throughout the regular season for side select. Gonna come out here in game 5, a favorite for Itblock.
Just leaves the probably top lane here. Okay, maybe not. Maybe it's going to be the mid lane.
Smolder top, perhaps.
Possible.
Pantheon top,
Tristana mid.
just on a mid. Plenty of flex for Digniwashed. Who knows? Could be Nidalee top when all is said and done. Patriots, how do they round out the comp? It's gonna be Yorick, the tried and true for BK's series on the line. Give me the split pusher. York locked in for the Patriots. We're gonna quickly run down what we see in this draft for both of these teams, and then we're gonna throw it to a break so everyone will be nice and refreshed for the clinching game 5. Husky, who's winning? What do you like? What do you not like?
I don't like not having much of a front line for Dig. We knew we were going to see some comps that, a little weird, but everyone is, I guess Pantheon can be built as a bruiser, but for the most part here, pretty squishy backliners across the board for Digniwashed. They do have the damage, I'll say that, but in a front to back team fight might not be the most effective. So a little bit harder to pull that off. Patriots, on the other side, you have the Yorick that can split push, and then Trundle as more of a traditional frontliner here, I guess, for the Patriots. But Dig is on a hot streak, so if I had to put my money down, I'm gonna say Dig keeps their hot streak up, and they end this with 3 games in a row and the reverse sweep.
When CB and I were sitting down and talking about what Rivals Draft Fearless Iron Man can look like, these are the 2 comps that we had in mind for games 4 and 5. Limited CC, limited tank, Basically, just comfort picks and damage for both of these squads. Now, the Patriots, the front to back might be a little bit easier to pull off. Seraphine does form a nice combo with Pantheon. Pantheon goes in, gets the W. Seraphine ult over the top. I expect this series, this match, to come down to can it block, continue to carry with gold leads. Pretty much since game one, Itblock has been on a tear. Now, of course, they lost the first two games, but since then, games 3 and 4, a big part of their success has been Itblock working in tandem with Storm in the mid lane. If they can continue to do what they've been doing thus far, there's no way that they come up empty-handed. But who knows? Patriots, they surprised us the first two games. Maybe they come back and seal this one for themselves. You guys are going to have to stick around. I'm going to throw up the predictions. We're going to throw it to a quick break. And when we are back, it is game 5. Stay tuned. Mm. Ladies and gentlemen, we have what you've been waiting for. CB the Barbarian, cue it. And it looks like the perfect opportunity as we're finally getting some level 1 shenanigans. And like ships in the night, they pass with no information for either team to have known what happened. Patriots get a nice little ward. Digniwashed going to as well. So Iplock going to be able to start up the red buff on Patriots' side. And game 5 is a go. Storm going to be landing top lane this go around. Has the ignite. Pantheon ult going to make it so you don't really need to take that TP. Top to bottom, I mean, let's talk about it here, Husky. 56 champions banned away. What are we liking?
I like that there's a lot of comfort picks out here. I don't necessarily like either of the team comps overly, but you got to play what you're comfortable with, and I think both teams have been able to find champs that allow that to do that.
Intelligence and Death Knight get the level 2 advantage. Right, Rogue Gorilla was late, so Riley Sauce had level 2. Trading back and forth. I really like the Smolder pickup into the Malzahar. Gonna let you stack up the Q ever so faster with those Malzahar minions. Wow, Riley Sauce getting extremely aggressive, forcing the flash out of intelligence. Riley Sauce going to flash and jump and find first blood.
Pretty good job right there by Riley Sauce, noting that the Morgana Q was on cooldown, and that was a great time to go in.
Grundle got his topside quadrant taken away and forced out of Nidalee's jungle. He's gonna walk top, but he has nothing to do. Maybe he sticks around for the scuttle. But this is a very poor start for Eyesight. He's gonna be able to pick up that scuttle on the bottom side of the map. Going to walk towards the top. Lord JK does have the push. Top lane matchup, nothing really gonna happen as York's trying to scale up, but it's really hard for Pantheon to punish without taking a chunk of damage. And the Trundle did pick up both Scuttle Crabs, but Iplock's gonna have 3 quadrants to 1. Oh, Storm got caught in the wall. That forces the Pantheon to use the flash. Eyesight is here with the Trundle pillar, but Iplock has the counter gank. And nothing really develops.
Yeah, we've seen that 2v2 of the Pantheon Italy with these two players work out pretty well, so Patriots did not want any of that.
Riley Sauce gonna get extremely aggressive once more. The bomb pops. The Tristana lands. It was almost 2 kills, but intelligence quickly down. 0-2.
It's a rough look for a Caitlyn that is supposed to be bullying lanes. Certainly not what's happening in this lane right now.
And Taran going back and forth. Iplock gonna be spotted out by Eyesight. Takes about a half of their health. Lord JK probably sticking around a little bit too long, as he's never going to win an auto battle with Smolder. Digniwashed already out to 1,000 gold lead here. 5.5 minutes in. Also, 4.5 hours in.
Yeah, these guys will definitely be a little tired right now, I'm sure. Feeling the fatigue of a long night of League of Legends.
Very long night of League of Legends. A very, very long night indeed. Trundle going to be spotted out on that bot side red ward. Lord JK and Terran have yet to back here. Going to be having a nice back. Good block. To be spotted out like his jungling counterpart. Gonna make his way onto the blue side of the map. And just clear out some waves. Trundle. Positioning for a potential dive. The Q from Death Knight will land. Rogue Gorilla doesn't have the opportunity to flash. Death Knight uses the ignite. Trundle with that pillar means the Seraphine falls.
And Iplock was on Dragon there, but
Ooh. On the top side of the map, Storm taken very low. Ignite used as a defensive summoner. Eyesight is here. The Lord JK got just enough of an ultimate to make sure that Nidalee did fall. Terran forced to flash away from the Q from Death Knight. The Smolder on the run. Patriots coming alive here. 7.5 minutes in. They swing the gold lead in favor of the red side.
it all started with Rogue Gorilla getting caught there trying to clear vision. Patriots able to take advantage.
Dragon doesn't fall in the fray, but it does help to even up not only the bottom lane, but also the jungle. Pings on to the grubs. Oh, intelligence. No idea that the Tristana was there, and a nice buster shot ultimate. Going to secure the Tristana's third kill of the game.
A big Tristana Riley sauce popping off in game 5.
On the top side of the map, Digniwashed able to secure all 3 grubs as well. So winning out on multiple lanes. Iplock and Storm gonna get aggressive into Yorg's wife. Maiden on the run. And will live another day. Not a ton of action here. As it's been all Riley Sauce and Rogue Gorilla on the bottom side of the map. Tristana will on her way to that collector. Terran and the Lord JK just trading waves in mid and on the top side. Like I said before, Pantheon really can't get too aggressive into the Yorick. Neither team wants this game to get out of hand, as Rogue Gorilla gonna take a Q to the face and be taken out by intelligence. Riley Sauce gets aggressive once again, gonna find that kill and be able to jump out to safety. The ADCs trade kills, but Riley Sauce is now 4-0. Storm able to find the maiden, has the ignite just about off cooldown. Terran under fire by the Lord JK. Rogue Gorilla here to help absorb that pressure. Terran on the run. Lord JK gonna find the ult onto Rogue Gorilla. Rogue Gorilla has enough time to flash away.
That is, however, two very low members of Digniwashed, which should make this dragon more available.
Smolder crossing over the 100 stack threshold. This game 5 off to a very slow start. Only 200 gold separate these two teams despite the huge advantage Riley Sauce has in the bottom lane. Digniwashed have the scaling covered with that Smolder. Have the early game covered with the Pantheon and the Tristana. The Patriots hanging around here. The winner of this game will punch their ticket to finals. So I'm going to trade aggressively into BK's. BK's going to have the maiden here momentarily. BK's getting the better of Storm. Eyesight waiting in the wings. Was spotted out by that ward in the tri-bush.
Iplock also waiting there in case there's an engage.
Intelligence going to be black, shielded up by Death Knight. Riley Sauce going to go on a ride. Actually, W'd the wrong way, so was forced to flash, but Intelligence did fall.
We spent the last 4 hours talking about Storm, talking about Iplock, but
Whoa!
my apologies.
Flash ultimate forward from the Lord JK was very aggressive. Terran going to use the ultimate to heal up a little bit. Eyesight and the Lord JK not on the same page there. Dragon is up. Neither side has taken a dragon up to this point.
It's kind of been mixed. The mid lane mostly controlled by Lord JK, and that bottom lane Riley Sauce just going crazy in this game 5, trying to carry his team.
500 gold separates these two teams. Digniwashed slightly ahead here. First dragon of the game has been started up by the Patriots, but Iplock is waiting. We've seen Iplock steal dragons before, and he does it again. Iplock able to walk away with the first dragon. Thanks for the leash. Now fight is developing. Eyesight pops the ultimate on to Smolder. On the run, nobody going to fall. Iplock walks away with the dragon.
Yeah, he did it all season long. And Iplock on one of his most comfortable champions here. You don't usually get that in a game 5, but he did, and proving why he's so good on it.
First turret goes down as well, so that's going to be a feat of strength for Digniwashed. Correct me if I'm wrong, Husky. Every team that has gotten that has won the game, as we see Iplock get very aggressive into the bottom lane. Eyesight. Sorry, not Eyesight. The Lord JK moving down to try to respond. Intelligence and Death Knight taking down about a third HP.
And you are correct that every team has won so far in this series with the feat of strength.
Eyesight trying to make something happen on the other side of the map. Storm stuck between a rock and a hard place. This Pantheon unable to move. BK's flashing forward. Eyesight flashing to secure the kill. Top lane under siege by members of the Patriots roster. Hit block. Gonna try to absorb this pressure. In the meantime, Herald has been started up, and it will be secured by Eyesight.
Yeah, the Smolder getting free farm in the bot lane, though. Someone's going to have to go and answer that.
So it's gonna be Lord JK as the backs come through. Death Knight and Intelligence going toe to toe with Riley Sauce and Rogue Gorilla in the mid. Of course, Riley Sauce 5-0. BK is getting ulted on by
Oh,
Storm, but the nice wall placement means that this York might get out, but no, Iblock able to secure that kill.
that's a combo we saw all season long, but mostly in the 2v2s. Only about a
17
1,000
minutes.
gold lead.
Yep. 1,000 gold lead, 17 minutes have passed. A lot of trading farm back and forth. Rogue Gorilla gonna be chunked out by Intelligence using the ultimate as a means to escape. Pillar won't find Tristana. Bottom side of the map, Lord JK putting on a lot of pressure into the Smolder. Smolder happy to just to farm up.
The Smolder is a ticking time bomb and the late game insurance that Digniwashed is going to be looking for.
He got 170 stacks. BK is able to secure the first tower of the game for the Patriots. Iblock going to be rooted up by a nice Morgana Q. Death Knight trying to get aggressive, did pop the ultimate, but unable to secure a kill there. However, Rogue Gorilla and Iblock took quite a bit of health damage. Lord JK forcing Terran to fly away. Both of these teams playing extremely slow, but you gotta imagine the team with the Smolder gonna ultimately win out on in the end of that.
Yeah, that would make the most sense. You do have the Yorick, though.
Just
Probably one of the
crossed
best split pushers in the game.
185 stacks, so Smolder will on his way to getting that third and final Q upgrade. Dragon has spawned, immediately started up by Iblock and Digniwashed. Lord JK and Eyesight waiting in the wings. Lord JK getting extremely aggressive, going to ultimate the jungler of Digniwashed. Rogue Gorilla under fire, going to die to the Ignite from Death Knight. Death Knight forced to flash away. Terran has arrived. Riley Sauce going to jump into multiple members of the team. He's going to find the execute onto the Malzahar and get out. Iblock did not fall during that exchange, so the second dragon of the game going Digniwashed's way as well.
Nice 2-for-1 trade there for Digniwashed, and well, not a big lead. They do look firmly in control of this game right now.
York quietly winning out on the side lane, but the rest of the map all Digniwashed here in game 5. Storm under pressure, got a W forward to get himself out of danger. Rift Herald going to be spawned by the Patriots in the mid lane. Should be just enough damage to secure themselves that tier 1 tower. Ooh, Storm using the W to get aggressive out of BK's. BK's pops the ultimate to try to look for a kill. Not going to be able to find that one. Iblock on the top side of the map. So BK's has to back off. $25 stacks to go for this Smolder. Be a very nice mark. You're 21 minutes in. Rogue Gorilla gonna take a little bit of damage from Death Knight here. Slow game, only 800 gold separating these two teams, but Digniwashed has a position on this Otacon. And it's going to threaten the start. Now we've seen teams in the past throw around this objective before. Will Digniwashed avoid making that mistake? Storm has arrived from the top side of the map. Digniwashed has the numbers advantage, but are currently being shredded by the Otacon. Otacon ticking low. Ultimate from Rogue Gorilla, gonna find two. Blue team gonna find the Otacon. Death Knight going to tick extremely low, but will not fall. Storm is the first one to go. The Lord JK under fire, but the buster shot from Tristana will not finish the kill. All the while, BK is on the top side of the map, going to find that tier 2. Now Intelligence and crew trying to stop the backs. Can BKs get any more? But Tristana is in the base, so gonna have to stop with the push here.
Anytime there is a York in the game, that is the danger. So good on that split push. Did have to give up the objective to get him that far, but even when you're behind, York can always threaten the end.
Doric purchasing that hull breaker. Definitely trying to play through sides. Tristana, really, what is giving Digniwashed a lead here? Gold is actually in favor of Patriots now with that tier 2 falling. Storm trying to absorb that side lane pressure, but York gonna be a menace with that hull breaker. We're approaching 23 minutes. Riley saw 6-0 on this Tristana. Gonna be ulted up by the Malzahar. The jump was already used. Thunder Pillar came down, but wasn't enough to close the gap. Tristana gonna be able to get out to safety. Dragon spawning in a minute 20. Baron in a minute 50. Terran just hit the 225 stack mark.
23.5 minutes. That's pretty good.
Very, very good. Now, not a lot of like team fighting has actually occurred. So we'll have to see. Is seems like the Patriots not willing to take a 5v5, instead allowing BKs to do action on the side lane. BK is gonna flash forward to try to get the Q on his Storm, but instead Q's the tower. Itblock is here. The spear will go wide. Itblock has to be careful. Flashes in to try to find the kill onto the Orc. BK's on the run. The Q from Storm will land. BK's taken out.
It did take 2 of them, but BK's able to fall right there.
Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. BK is going to be down for the next 25 minutes. A numbers advantage for Digniwashed. Now, Storm was forced to back as the Lord JK pushed that wave all the way to tier 3. But Eyesight going to be caught out. Rogue Gorilla going to use the ultimate. Find Eyesight. Eyesight executed by Terran on the Smolder. That's going to be the easy dragon take for Digniwashed. That will be sole point for Digniwashed, and a team that doesn't have, or sorry, a game that doesn't have a lot of tanks available. That Hextech Dragon going to be a massive boost if they're able to secure Soul. This game though, the gold still so close now. Can't put a gold value on Smolder stacks for Terran. And the longer this game goes, the scarier the Smolder is going to be.
However, if someone can get on the Tristana, there is a nice 700 gold bounty.
Uh-oh. It block. Terran have a ride. BK is going to be on the run. Storm going to find that stun. BK is with the Q. Going to still survive. He brings down 3 on the bottom side of the map. There is no vision for Digniwashed near Baron. Now, Iplock is actively pinging the objective, but it's already been started by the Patriots. Can the Patriots take this in time? Blue Ward going to come through. TP from Terran to pinch off the Patriots. And now it's effectively been leased for Digniwash. Storm gonna keep the aggro on. Baron taken down to below 2k. Alright, second flat forward. He steals the Baron, giving new life into the Patriots team.
Well, we saw Iplock steal a dragon earlier in this game, so fair is fair. They each get one.
A nice ultimate for the Lord JK means Rogue Gorilla gonna be taken out. Intelligence on the run. Going to fall eventually to Terran, but Terran gonna be taken out as well. Terran gets the return kill on the way out. BK is gonna slow up Iplock. BK is gonna pop the ultimate. BK is gonna wall Iplock off. Iplock goes golden, but it only delays the inevitable. And for a team that just got Baron taken away, losing 3 there, yes, they get the trade of 3. But Patriots are hanging around here. Game 5. Staying extremely interesting.
Yeah, just when it looked like it was going to start going all the way dig here, and it was falling apart, Patriots get the steal, and then have a pretty good fight afterwards.
They get the steal. Now, York does not have that Baron. Does have that Hull Breaker, though. I believe the Baron only going to be on the Lord JK and Death Knight, potentially. But just to deny that Baron, it seemed like it was all lost. Wow, Death Knight forcing the barrier out of Riley Sauce. Riley Sauce forced to jump away. This is a Morgana support that has that Zazax, has a Luden's Companion. Tier 2 under fire. Ultimate from Rogue Gorilla gonna hit 2. That's a double kill for Terran. Storm with his ultimate gonna be able to clean up that one. But the tier 2 does fall in mid. It will fall in bot. Patriots splitting off the map. Now the Lord JK walking into dangerous territory. Rogue Gorilla gonna look for the root. Flashing forward, Lord JK. He is going to be taken out. Can he get the return kill? No, Rogue Gorilla gonna be just fine.
Yeah, just a great combo right there from Dig. We're talking that, you know, maybe Patriots turning this around. Immediately responded by Digniwashed. And it seems like no team can keep the advantage going for them in this game so far.
It's been a back and forth one here in game 5. Maybe it's just because the players are tired. Maybe it's being on champs that they're not comfortable with. Maybe it's just the nature of the beast. Best of 5. It's gone the distance. You gotta play sloppy. Really, the one bright spot for this Patriot squad is York on the sides, but he's constantly overextended. A heroic play from Eyesight to secure the Baron. But Digniwash team in firm control of this game. Rogue Gorilla only going to root up Eyesight with that ultimate. Rogue Gorilla going to be taken out. Death Knight goes golden in the middle of 4, but the root will not land. However, Tristana going to be taken out by the Lord JK. On the top side of the map, Bjork is pushing Intelligence and the Lord JK trying to make hero plays happen. The Smolder will go down. Iplock on a blinking health bar. Storm and Iplock, do they stay for the dragon? They have to back. Intelligence trying to play hero. Is it gonna come down to a backdoor? We just saw this in the LCS. No, Intelligence not able to stop Storm's back. Base has been broken. BK is going to find himself an inhibitor. Storm can only watch.
And as this game goes later and later, sure, the Smolder is going to scale. It's going to get strong. but this Yorick is going to start taking these structures very, very quickly.
That's top lane inhibitor secured. With that pressure, brought it block to the top side of the map, which means that Soul will not be taken for Digniwashed quite yet. We're approaching 31 and a half minutes. The gold is just about even, but Digniwashed has a 727 smolder with full stacks. A Tristana, who has just recently died for the first time. BKs might be caught out. Iplock, Terran, and Rogue Gorilla are here. BK's forced to flash away, but the chase is on. He will be slowed. Can he find a great escape? Derek's going to be proc. Storm going to be giving chase as well. Storm going unstoppable. Will pick up that kill, but their base is being pressured. Riley Sauce going to be ulted by the Lord JK, but buffered nicely in the mid lane. Tower under siege. Storm going to be able to pick up that tier 2 on bot. Neither team can really etch out a major lead here in game 5.
As soon as someone gets the advantage in the lead, it switches and the other team immediately gets it back.
Storm knocking on the base of the Patriots. Their inhibitor tower about to fall. Multiple members responding to the pressure from Storm, which gives his team all the confidence to start up this Baron. They have plenty of damage with the Tristana, with the Smolder. Oh my gosh! Eyesight does it again! He hits the steal and Storm goes down! Eyesight will not let the Patriots fall!
And he doesn't even die for it this time.
We have a crazy game 5 here. Neither team can cleanly pull this one out. Eyesight gets the steal. He gets out. Storm is down for the next 20 seconds. This is a whole breaker. Baron buffed Yorick. And for a team that has the stack Smolder, that had the early game so well, Digniwashed has got to be feeling the pressure.
It's game 5. Everyone's feeling pressure right now. And it's still anyone's game. Patriots with their first lead in about 10 minutes.
4-1 being developed as multiple super minions should be crashing on the top side of the map. Patriots have to play patient here. Digniwashed, they can't afford to wait too long. BK's has been caught out multiple times. Seems like he's playing a little bit slower here. Waiting for his team to put pressure into the mid lane. On the top side of the map, 2 supers are about to crash. What will be the call? Iplock's Q going to be going a little bit wide. Death Knight on the run. Rogue Gorilla going to find multiple members. But a nice cleanse from Caitlyn means that Intelligence not really in danger. That was 2 major ultimates, Terran and Rogue Gorilla. Ultimates being used. BK is getting engaged on by Storm and by Riley Sauce, but Riley Sauce jumped to his doom. Storm going to follow. BK is doing the hero plays on the bottom side of the map. In the mid lane, Death Knight gonna flash and Q, forcing Iplock's flash away. Oh my goodness, the Patriots on the precipice of a massive victory. BK's forces Iplock to go golden. Rogue Gorilla gonna fall. It's only Terran standing between the Patriots and a ticket to the finals. Can they do it? Yes, they can. Patriots take the game.
Oh my god. That was a great ending. Just when we were counting them out of it, just when they were down, They turn it back around, and it was the BK's Yorick in a 2v1. He kills both of them and turns the entire game on its head for the Patriots.
This is what Rivals League was built upon. This is what we saw. We envisioned Patriots take the first two games and then they lost all momentum. And then Digniwashed, they had the early game, they had the Fed Tristana, they had Terran stacking on the Smolder, but two Baron steals from Eyesight, that relentless side lane pressure from BKs, and the Patriots are the ones that come up victorious. What a 5-game series.
Wow, that was something. You have the early game, you're winning. You've won 2 games in a row. You have the smolder in your back pocket. Surely, if you're on the side of Dig, you don't think that you can lose that. It feels so good. And then BK's Yorick just says no. He wins a 2v1. He takes over the game. And yeah, wow. Patriots with the upset of the entire history of Rivals League right there.
But an upset nonetheless. Digniwash, it seemed like they were going to get the reverse sweep, but the Patriots said, we've had enough. They put their foot down, and it just took a couple of hero plays from Eyesight, and that was all she wrote. The series MVP poll is going up as we speak. I have my vote, but who do you got here, Husky?
Yeah, I mean, looking back at the last 5.5 hours of League that we've been watching, they've been playing, we were casting. Um, I think it seems like a long ways in the past, but I have to go for Eyesight. Such an integral part of the first 2 wins, and then kept his team alive with those 2 Baron steals. If he doesn't get either of those, I think they don't live long enough for BKs to scale in that late game, and I think they lose. So my vote goes to Eyesight.
Yeah, Eyesight a big part. BK's a big part as well. Nullifying Storm in those first 2 games, coming up clutch in game 5. You can have your pick of the litter when it comes to series MVP. We're gonna throw it to a quick break. When we are back, we have an interview with the Patriots jungler. We'll announce the series MVP. It's been a long series. I'm sure everybody wants to go to bed. We gotta throw it to a quick break. We'll be back shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, you just saw a banger 5 game series. It was a back and forth affair all the way through. Came down to a couple of clutch Baron steals and some mad split lane pressure. Your series MVP is going to be none other than the Patriots top BKs. We are going to have Eyesight, the Patriots jungler, in for an interview shortly, but everybody take a deep breath because that was intense. That was fun. I know it's late, but now I'm hyped. How am I supposed to go to bed? Regardless, we're going to welcome in Eyesight for his interview. Eyesight, congratulations on what must have been the most stressful game 5 you have ever played. Congratulations on the victory, and most importantly, happy late Father's Day to you. Your first Father's Day celebrating as a dad. What a present to yourself.
What a banger, boys.
I mean,
Hey,
there's
y'all
so
hear
many
that? Hey,
things
do
I can
y'all hear
ask.
that? Do you guys
Huh?
hear that?
Hear what?
Oh, Storm's being quiet. Sorry.
Okay,
Sorry, go
okay.
ahead. Go ahead. Continue.
Banter spilling over. Banter spilling over. There's so much we could talk about. I know you're probably ready to hit the hay, as we all are. Take me through between games 2 and 3. Digniwashed go with a lane substitution and a role swap.
Mm-hmm.
You guys go down 2 games shortly after. I mean, what was the morale like? What were the comms like? How did you find the will to come up victorious in game 5?
Game 4 and 5. Iron Man Fearless is tough. Very tough. We tried to keep our mental going up going into the last game. We lost 2 games in a row. DK did a really good job of keeping us together in the chat. I think we just overall we just stuck together and kept telling each other we had a win con. We knew the York was splitting, no one could match him. We just kept telling each other to just stay together and play as a team. A couple times we botched the 4-1, and as soon as we got the last Baron, someone stole the last Baron. I wasn't sure whose.
Yeah.
We were really, really gonna play the 4-1 great, and then try to end like that. And when Trish jumped in on him bot lane, she got splatted. And
Yeah.
then obviously just won the game. But we just try to keep our mental together. It's late, but everybody's hyped as can be. I mean, they were talking shit all season, so I mean, we didn't say a word about anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
congratulations, by the way, on that win. You played great. Your whole team did. Coming into the series, everyone was talking about the undefeated team that was Digniwashed. But, one of the things that I wanted to bring up earlier, and I did, was that you guys, as a 5-man, were also undefeated coming into this series. And
Yep.
it looks like you're going to be the only 5-man that's undefeated in this league as you leave the series. Um, I know we don't know exactly who you're going to play in finals yet, but what should we expect in finals? And are you guys going to stay undefeated the whole year?
I think yes, we haven't lost since we did the roster swap. We just been practicing it a lot more. JK is a much more solid mid than I am, and I don't know. We've had our sub step up all year. Nike, Dragon, and Rev have been ready to play. They've been scrimming with us. So I think we've been using the whole team, which has been great. And yeah, we haven't lost since the roster swap, and I don't anticipate us losing again. I think games 1, 2, and 3 were very, very strong. Like for our champ pool wise, it does get tough into games 4 and 5. It gets very tough on the fearless.
Mm, One more question before we let you go. That first Baron steal, it was kind of to prolong the game, right? You probably felt game 5 kind of slipping away a little bit as the Smolder was stacking, as this Tristana was, just
Oof.
massively ahead.
Yeah.
Talk to me a little bit about the first Baron steal, and did you just from that just have mad confidence for the second one?
I, I had mad confidence after the first one. Every jungler knows when the other guy's coming. And if you've already gotten one stolen, it's so tough. And we got visioned on well, after the first one. like I said, I had confidence. The second one, we got a blue ward on it, and we saw it was half health, and I just knew if I could Q smite it, I could take it, and I got out too. I
Oh
got out with
yeah,
a fancy. I mean, I got out. They were tilted. The jungler's tilted, and that's what I was going for.
yeah.
Storm's got to be tilted too. Storm got his ass kicked all series by BK. Can we talk about the MVP BK?
Yeah,
Can
I
we talk?
mean,
Can we talk about BK for a second?
yeah, let's talk about him. On the Yorick, a favorite of his champion, making all the way to game 5, but in games 1 and 2, a big nullifier into Storm. Storm swapping back 1-2 games in mid, swap back top for game 5. Do you think that was a mistake?
We 100% did not think they would ever swap back, ever. Yes, we did. We did. We were thrown off by that. I'm not sure why he did. Yeah, I'm not sure. And bringing in Terran was pretty good, I guess. I
Yeah.
don't really know what was up with that. I guess he really KD just really getting worked mid.
I
I
think
really didn't see.
I think Caden probably subbed himself out. The lane was kind of rough, multiple games. You had a lot of pressure the first 2 games
Hmm.
with mid. You kind of shied away from it games 3 and 4 and even 5.
Yeah.
Was there a reason why, or was Storm just not letting you do what you were doing previously?
Man, I don't know. We were talking about that as a team. That was one of the things going into game 5 after the back-to-back losses. We really wanted to take it to them and stop letting them kind of take it to us. We felt like we were just getting on our back of our heels, and then they started to do that even in the 5th game. Um, I think the champ pools it sucked. I mean, even though I know for me, I was really getting some on champs. I think that definitely I can't even deny that was a factor. The champs. I mean, blinded Trundle that last game. I mean, I almost played Lilia. Um, but they had no front line, so that was nice. So I think that actually ended up working in our favor.
Okay. Husky, any more questions for the jungler from the Patriots?
I'm just ready to go to bed, but that was some of the
He's speaking the
funnest five
truth.
and a half hours that I've casted. So
That turned
thank you for the
into.
show.
I mean, the 3-0 would have been super nice. I mean, the
Yeah.
3-0 looked super nice. We were going for it. Um, they came back with a nice punch. I can't even deny that. They punched us back-to-back games, but we overall just kept our mentals together, and I think that's what's going to carry on. This momentum is definitely going to carry on to the last game. I don't know who we're playing yet. We'll find out tomorrow, but we have a bunch of momentum.
Yeah, definitely tune in on Tuesday for that Raw versus Shinobi series. The last semifinals match. Eyesight, congratulations once again, picking up that series victory over Digniwashed, securing your spot in finals. Take a well-deserved rest. It's been a
Yeah.
long series. Get refreshed. We'll see you next Sunday.
All right. See you, boys. Thank you.
Husky, I agree. I think it is bedtime, so I'm just gonna close it out. It was a fun one, phenomenal. It was everything I could have wanted in a full 5-game series. We had substitutes, we had lane swaps, we had a back and forth, game 5, silver scrapes, and it came down to a couple Baron steals as well. It was a blast. Husky, I hope you had as much fun as I did. CB holding it down in the production booth as well. Anything to say before we close this one out?
Uh, I don't know how we're gonna top this game, but the other semifinal should be fun, and finals is gonna be a banger just like this. So make sure everyone tunes in and sees how this league ends up ending.
Thank you all so much for your support. As always, have a wonderful night. Rest up. We'll see you on Tuesday.